This was actually a precious dragon flame purple marrow pill. Xianxia couldn't help feeling excited once more. This dragon flame purple marrow pill was an Origin King grade low-rank spirit pill, and the materials needed to refine it were numerous, reaching as many as 60 in total. However, its role was very straightforward and simple for cultivators. Improving one's strength. Once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, it became very difficult to cultivate. The world energy produced in an ordinary earth vein or high-rank Saint crystals couldn't meet the requirements of Origin King realm cultivators. So in previous ages, Dragon Flame Purple Marrow pills were a means that Origin King realm masters relied upon to enhance their cultivations. Refining and absorbing medicinal efficacies from pills were helpful to the growth of a cultivator's cultivation, but this method had its advantages and disadvantages compared to ordinary meditative cultivation. The positive effects were that as long as one had enough pills, the speed they could increase their strength would be fast, far more so than meditative cultivation at least. The negatives were that strength gained in this way was somewhat unstable, and if one took too many pills, it would cause a certain unhealthy load on the cultivator's body. As such, no cultivator's growth depended entirely on using such pills. Even if they used pills to cultivate, they would only do so occasionally and not as their primary method. Xianxia had barely ever taken pills to cultivate, so his foundation was extremely solid and his Saint Qi was incredibly dense and pure. Understanding the purpose of this Origin King grade spirit pill, Xianxia suddenly felt somewhat emotional. This was a spirit pill designed specifically to increase the strength of an Origin King realm master. On top of that, the Mountain Valley master had managed to refine such a pill with pill clouds, after which it had experienced at least 10,000 years of accumulation. So Xianxia couldn't even begin to estimate how amazing the medicinal energies inside of it were. Xianxia could only vaguely guess that if he had the ability to take this pill and refine it safely, his strength would very likely reach the Origin King realm in a single bound. This was an extremely terrifying growth rate that saved him countless years of hard work. However, this was just a guess, and Xianxia had enough self-awareness to understand that he could not withstand refining the spirit pill right now. With some reluctance, Xianxia put away the Dragon Flame Purple Marrow pill again before dispelling the gloom in his heart, quieting his mood, and taking out two different items from his space ring. One was a blood-red stone the size of a heart, while the other was a pitch-black round stone. Two strange stones. One was the blood essence stone he had accidentally obtained in the Emperor Garden, while the other was the second stone puppet embryo that Xianxia had held onto for many years. Xianxia had two stone puppet embryos, both of which he acquired in Tongxian realm. When he first came to Shadowed Star, one of the stone embryos merged with the blood essence stone and hatched the stone puppet that Yang Yan named Xiao. Although the other stone embryo had also reached maturity, it had not been able to hatch because Xianxia could not find another blood essence stone to serve as its heart. Only after this trip to the Emperor Garden did Xianxia accomplish this. Yang Yan had been very envious of Xianxia's stone puppet, so Xianxia had always wanted to hatch this second stone puppet and give it to her. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't know if Yang Yan needed it anymore given her current situation, so he couldn't help smiling somewhat bitterly. Nevertheless, whether Yang Yan wanted it or not in the end, it was more important to let the blood essence stone and the stone embryo merge right now. Thinking about it this way, Xianxia put the two strange stones together. Strangely enough, the stone embryo, which had been completely unresponsive inside the black book space, immediately sent out countless black threads the moment it came into contact with the blood essence stone, wrapping up the latter tightly. In the blink of an eye, the two stones became closely linked together. However, it appeared it would take quite some time before they fully merged. This scene surprised Xianxia, but after thinking about it for a moment, he sent out a divine sense message silently. Shortly after, the stone puppet Xiao appeared in front of him mysteriously, staring up at Xianxia with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. "Can I leave this in your care?" Xianxia pointed to the partially fused black and red stones in front of him and asked. Although the stone puppet's intelligence wasn't very high, he could still understand Xianxia's commands to a certain extent, so after looking in the direction Xianxia pointed, his eyes suddenly widened and filled with joy and excitement. Obviously, it could feel that a companion of its own was being bred in the partially fused black and red stones. Nodding repeatedly, the stone puppet wore a look of clear desire. "Good. Take it with you. Remember to report if any changes happen." Xianxia gave a light command, after which the stone puppet immediately picked up the fusing stones and disappeared in a flash. Xianxia estimated that it wouldn't be long before a second stone puppet would be born, something he was looking forward to. The next item to check was Demon Blood Temple's glamorous Temple Master space ring. That woman and Xianxia both fell inside the Emperor Garden on the ice road. Xianxia's space ring had been banished to the void as a result of Xianxia's Space Force-infused Shi and could no longer be retrieved, so only Demon Blood Temple's Temple Master's ring remained. However, as the leader of a great force, this woman's wealth was naturally astonishing. Xianxia stretched out his hand and wiped it over her space ring before pouring out everything which was inside. There were at least tens of millions of Saint crystals, artifacts of various grades, hundreds of jade bottles containing pills, and some materials used for alchemy and artifact refining. The wide variety of treasures was simply dazzling and somewhat dizzying to see. Xianxia's brow couldn't help furrowing slightly. Although most of the things here couldn't even enter his eyes, it was still a vast amount of wealth. So he began to patiently organize it into what was useful to him and what wasn't. He would keep what he needed while using the rest to fill High Heaven Sect's storehouses. Although the number of people in the sect was still small, because High Heaven Sect's headquarters was almost completely isolated from the outside world, they had to be self-sufficient in terms of cultivation resources. Even if most of these things couldn't cause Xianxia to give them a second glance, they were still incredibly precious to the sect's disciples. This kind of sorting didn't take Xianxia too long to complete. This is... Xianxia's eyes suddenly flashed as he picked up a certain animal skin book with a curious expression. This animal skin book had also been placed inside the space ring of Demon Blood Temple's gorgeous temple master. Xianxia hadn't taken notice of it at the beginning and only came across it as he was finishing up taking inventory. The animal skin book wasn't very big, but the pages were all dyed red, as if they had been soaked in blood, and a scent of iron was still wafted from it. This couldn't be. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart jumped as he quickly opened this book. When he saw the words written at the top of the first page, he gawked for a moment before bursting into laughter. It really was a case of wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. What was recorded in this animal skin book was the complete Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Since Xianxia obtained the Demon Blood Thread secret technique from Deng Ning, he had been diligently cultivating it, and it had provided him with a huge boost in strength, becoming one of the methods he relied upon most heavily. Although the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was very difficult for Demon Blood Temple cultivators to practice, this secret technique was almost tailor-made for Xianxia. Xianxia was uniquely suited to cultivating this secret technique, far more so than anyone from Demon Blood Temple, because he possessed his pure golden blood. Unfortunately, what Xianxia obtained from Deng Ning was only the first half of this secret technique. After successfully cultivating his golden blood thread, Xianxia instinctually felt that there should be more flexibility to this secret technique, and his guess was confirmed after seeing Demon Blood Temple's temple master in action. Sadly, Xianxia had no idea how to obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. But now, to his surprise and glee, he had found what he was looking for in the space ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. It wasn't actually that surprising when Xianxia thought about it. Demon Blood Temple was in a constant state of internal strife and even advocated murdering fellow sect members. Since that beautiful woman had managed to become the temple master of Demon Blood Temple, she naturally would have carried all her treasures on her as that was the safest place for them. Unfortunately for her, they ended up as Xianxia's spoils after she died. Xianxia was ecstatic and immediately began studying this book carefully, soon confirming that it not only included the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, but also the second half, explaining the more advanced methods of manipulating the Demon Blood Thread. There was also the method to refine blood fusion pills. The blood fusion pill was a special type of pill created by Demon Blood Temple which could increase the vital essence of a cultivator. Everyone that cultivated the Demon Blood Thread secret technique was eager to obtain this kind of pill because stronger vitality meant they could condense a stronger Demon Blood Thread. Deng Ning had been rewarded with the first half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique and a single blood fusion pill for the merits he brought back from the Flowing Flame Sandfield. It was as if he had received a supreme treasure. After all, the blood fusion pill was normally for the exclusive use of Demon Blood Temple's top elders and its temple master. Lower disciples essentially would never even see such a treasure. Xianxia carefully studied the refining method of the blood fusion pill for a moment, but after understanding it in its entirety, he immediately lost interest. This could not be helped as it was truly an evil refinement method, actually requiring the collection of large quantities of fresh blood, preferably human blood. If Xianxia wanted to increase his vitality, he had a far simpler option: taking drops of the life-revitalizing jade cream. During this trip to the Emperor Garden, he obtained a large quantity of pure life-revitalizing jade cream, so how could he even place this blood fusion pill recipe in his eyes? However, the advanced manipulation methods contained in the second half of the Demon Blood Thread Secret Technique Manual were of great interest to Xianxia. After all, his golden blood thread's current abilities were somewhat limited, so if he could learn to control them more delicately, the role they would play in the future would be greater. After studying this manual for a time but not obtaining any significant gain, Xianxia set it aside for the time being, not feeling a significant rush to cultivate. Next, he took out the stone tablet which he had collected after the stone monument engraved with the profound artifact refining method exploded during his battle with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. When she saw the stone tablet at that time, Xueyu's expression had changed dramatically, and she had even gone so far as to beg Xianxia to give it to her. After a brief negotiation, Xianxia had intended to comply. After all, he didn't know what value the stone tablet held. But before he could complete his agreement with Xueyu, the Emperor Garden suddenly closed and sent him to the limitless ocean. Xianxia imagined that Xueyu was furiously stomping her foot in frustration even now. In all honesty, Xianxia was also quite curious about the stone tablet that Xueyu attached so much importance to, so after taking it out, he planned to study it. The stone tablet wasn't very big, only about the size of a palm, and there had been no signs of it being hidden inside the stone monument. In fact, if it was not for the fierce fight that caused the stone monument to break, this stone tablet might never have been found. All in all, it was just a huge coincidence. What was more coincidental, though, was that it flew straight over towards Xianxia, allowing him to obtain it with ease. Regardless of what it was, Xueyu had determined it was useless to any Origin Realm cultivator and was only of worth to Origin Kings at a glance, a fact that only further piqued Xianxia's curiosity. After half a month, the doors of First Heavenly Palace suddenly opened and Xianxia stepped out with a calm expression. After half a month of research, he finally figured out what mysteries were hidden inside the stone tablet. Star refining art. This was not a secret art, nor was it a martial skill, but rather a secret technique that allowed a cultivator to refine a star source. When he figured this out, Xianxia was taken aback, never having expected the stone tablet to contain such an incredible secret. Refining a star source was extremely difficult, and only Origin King Realm Masters were qualified to even attempt it. Once one successfully refined the star source of a cultivation star, though, they would become that cultivation star's star master. Xianxia learned of the powers of a star master soon after entering the star field. The star field itself was incredibly vast, but there were very few star masters. The reasons for this were quite simple. First, it required extremely high cultivation. Second, there were significant risks involved. A star source was the core essence of a cultivation star, so refining it meant linking one's destiny to that star, sharing both benefits and risks. If one managed to succeed, they would naturally gain unimaginable benefits, but if they failed, the only possible result was death. Throughout the ages, innumerable masters wanted to conquer cultivation stars and refine their star sources. Each of these masters was a shocking character, geniuses among geniuses, masters among masters. However, those who successfully managed to refine star sources and become star masters were a rarity. It was difficult to imagine just how many powerhouses had fallen in the process of refining a cultivation star's star source. Of the star field superforces, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was the one Xianxia was most familiar with, and he was aware that it controlled some 7 or 8 cultivation stars while also possessing more than a dozen Origin King Realm Masters, but for star masters it only possessed one. None of the others dared to refine a star source. After all, this was no different from trying to balance oneself on a knife's edge. If they managed to succeed, It would be a glorious feat that earned them the admiration of the entire star field. But the slightest mistake in the process would result in death and disgrace. These powerful Origin King Realm Masters would not dare treat their lives so casually. No wonder Shuiyu said that this stone tablet was useless for Origin Realm Masters and was only useful for Origin Kings. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was a super force in the star field and had several masters capable of becoming star masters, so it had a method for refining star sources. However, their method was no doubt vastly inferior to the star refining art recorded in the stone tablet. The star refining art could be considered the highest grade secret technique possibly for refining star sources. Shuiyu entering the Emperor Garden this time was entirely to acquire the star refining art. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO's Cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the second-order Origin King realm for many years, and he was unable to make any further progress. But if he could refine a star source, he would easily break through his current bottleneck and reach the third order. It was unknown how Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce learned that such a powerful secret technique resided inside the Emperor Garden, but they apparently had enough confidence to have Shuiyu personally lead a group of elites in search of it. If this was not the case, how could Shuiyu have engaged in such a risky venture considering Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's wealth and resources? Unfortunately for her, when the star refining art finally appeared, Shuiyu had failed to acquire it. Yang Kai did not recognize the 3 ancient words engraved on the stone tablet, but Shuiyu did, which explained why she was so willing to compromise at the time. It would be a long time before Yang Kai could make use of this star refining art. Without even mentioning his lacking cultivation realm, even if he was strong enough, he wouldn't dare try to refine a star source without complete assurance. As such, after studying it for a while, Yang Kai simply put it away. Outside First Heavenly Palace, before Yang Kai could even take a few steps, he encountered several High Heaven sect disciples. After seeing Yang Kai, these disciples hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, sect master. And is everything well in the sect?" Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to sect master, there have been no changes in the sect since sect master entered retreat. All disciples are currently cultivating diligently and Great Elder has returned from the 6th layer. "Oh, she's back." Yang Kai was a little surprised at first but soon understood. Yang Yen would likely be asleep for at least 10 more years, so there was no point in Yi Shiyun remaining there the entire time. It was only natural to return to High Heaven sect under the circumstances. After all, she was instructed by Yang Yen to assist Yang Kai with all her strength, and how was she supposed to do so if she simply remained in the 6th layer? To say nothing of how inconvenient it was to simply meet like that, even communication across the 5th layer flame area was extremely difficult. "All right." Yang Kai nodded lightly before ordering. "Tell Huang want to bring Lin Yuner and meet me at the Great Elder's residence." Yes. Although the few disciples did not know why Yang Kai wanted to see Huang Wan and Lin Yuner, they didn't ask any questions and immediately went about their assigned task. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yen and Yi Shiyun lived before. Although the flowers here were still blooming in all their beauty, 100 Flowers Peak now only had Yi Shiyun living on it. When Yang Kai arrived, he found Yi Shiyun sitting outside the stone pavilion as if she was lost in thought. So much so that she didn't even notice him at first. It was not until Yang Kai gave a light cough that Yi Shiyun suddenly woke from her reverie looked up and said lightly, "So sect master has come, subordinate greets sect master." Saying so, she elegantly got up. "There's no need to be too polite." Yang Kai waved his hand before walking over and sitting opposite her. Pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea and taking a sip, Yang Kai asked casually, "How is Yang Yen?" "And Madam is fine, but she will continue to sleep for some time. Sect master need not worry about her." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly asking, "What does Great Elder plan to do from now on?" Yi Shiyun glanced at him suspiciously for a moment before brushing her hair behind her ear and replying, "What is sect master referring to? Why must Great Elder ask something she already knows the answer to? You remain here only because of the Great Emperor's existence. I don't know why you are so devoted to the Great Emperor, but I'd like to confirm if you plan on simply waiting here until she awakens." "That's right." Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "Is there any problem with that?" "There's no problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. I was only wondering if Great Elder is willing to idle here instead of trying to take a step further beyond the origin returning realm? A step further? Yi Shiyun's eyes shrank slightly as they flashed a strange brilliance. If Sect Master has something to say, why speak in riddles to this subordinate? You're still my senior. Please stop referring to yourself as a subordinate. It's disconcerting. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. All right, it's like this. The current High Heaven sect does not need to worry about being attacked as its defenses are nigh impregnable. As long as the disciples don't go out, they won't be at risk. On top of that, there are plenty of cultivation resources here for everyone to use, so I was planning on leaving this place. Leaving this place? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was talking about. On a long-distance voyage away from Shadowed Star, Yang Kai stared at her. Yi Shiyun could not help sitting up. Sect Master means? I just wanted to ask if you wish to leave with me. Yang Kai grinned. You should have reached the limit of the origin realm, no? The reason you have not yet broken through to the next realm is simply because of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles. If you were to free yourself from these shackles, though, with your strength and aptitude, breaking through to the Origin King realm should not be difficult. What's more, we now have the ability to fulfill these conditions, so what does Great Elder think? Leave this place. Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with anticipation, but they soon regained their tranquility as she turned to Yang Kai and asked, Will Sect Master return here? Of course I will return. Yang Kai nodded. To be honest with you, my desire to leave is primarily to find some people. After I find them, I will come back. Although the star field is big, wanting to find a place to stay and establish a home is not easy, so I have no plans to abandon High Heaven Sect. So that's it, Yi Shiyun said with some relief. Although Sect Master's offer is tempting, please forgive this subordinate for refusing. Can you tell me your reason? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Madam is still asleep, so I can't leave. Besides, if Sect Master and I both leave at the same time, there will be no one here who can preside over the overall situation if something happens in the sect. Yeah, as I thought. Yang Kai nodded lightly, seemingly knowing this was the response he would get. Yi Shiyun rolled her eyes and said in amazement, Sect Master making this offer yet knowing my response must mean you weren't really asking me to accompany you. Yes? Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. The choice is yours, whether you decide to go or not. I will not try to convince you. After all. Yang Kai did not continue as his expression suddenly turned solemn. With a serious tone, he spoke up once again. Thank you. Being able to resist the temptation of reaching the Origin King realm and insisting on staying to defend High Heaven Sect while Yang Kai was away, Yi Shiyun was deserving of his sincere gratitude. Both understood the other's unspoken meaning here, so Yi Shiyun didn't make any attempt to deny it and simply nodded lightly. Suddenly, she looked over in a certain direction and asked softly, Did Sect Master call those two? Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon nodded. Yes. The two Yi Shiyun spoke of were naturally Huang Wan and Lin Yuner. The little girl was being led by Huang Wan, but when she saw such a large field of beautiful flowers, Lin Yuner's wild instincts took over, and she rushed into the garden. Huang Wan was shocked and quickly ran to catch Lin Yuner before half-dragging her over to the stone pavilion. Caught like this, Lin Yuner looked unhappy as her mouth pursed into a flat line. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Great Elder. Huang Wan saluted while quietly observing Yi Shiyun. It had been some time now since Huang Wan had arrived at High Heaven Sect, so she knew who the Great Elder was, but it wasn't until she received Yang Kai's summon today that she had the honor of actually meeting Yi Shiyun. Sit down. Yang Kai motioned before beckoning to Lin Yuner in a friendly manner. The little girl, however, just narrowed her eyes slightly before hiding herself in Huang Wan's embrace, shooting Yang Kai a vigilant look every now and then, causing the latter to become speechless for a while. Have you gotten used to living here yet? Yang Kai turned to Huang Wan and asked. Many thanks for your concern. Sect Master, Subordinate and Yuner are doing well here. Great. If you lack for anything, just tell Wu Yi. She will take care of everything. Remember, you're not outsiders here, so do not hesitate. Many thanks, Sect Master, Huang Wan said with a moved look. Right, this is an origin condensing pill. Take it and enter retreat for a while, and you should be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Remember to use one of the cultivation rooms in Rising Dragon Hall for your breakthrough. The 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree are placed there and can help you overcome heart demons while sensing the heavenly way and martial Tao, which will greatly improve your odds of success. Yes, Huang Wan responded, taking the origin condensing pill from Yang Kai's hand and carefully storing it while trying to control the surging emotions she felt in her heart. 2 months ago, she had been rushing about, struggling just to make enough to maintain her livelihood yet unable to even afford 100 spirits pill. But now, not only was she living in the beautiful cultivation paradise known as High Heaven Sect, but she also didn't need to worry about cultivation resources and even had access to supreme treasures like the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree which could assist her in breaking through to the next realm. The difference between the two positions was as wide as the gap between heaven and earth. Huang Wan still could not believe that this was now her everyday life, and the gratitude she felt towards Yang Kai grew even stronger. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't brought her back, her and Lin Yun'er's future was something she didn't even want to imagine. Did Sect Master summon this subordinate for some specific reason today? Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai smiled slightly but did not answer, instead turning to glance at Yi Shiyun. Since Huang Wan brought Lin Yun'er here, Yi Shiyun had been observing this little girl, her powerful divine sense silently sweeping over Lin Yun'er's body while seemingly aware of something, her beautiful eyes bursting with both astonishment and surprise. Has Great Elder noticed it? After waiting for a while, Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun gently nodded before turning to Lin Yun'er and beckoning, "Little girl, come over." Strangely enough, although Yi Shiyun had a serious and meticulous look upon her face, Lin Yun'er wasn't afraid of her at all, and upon hearing her summon, Lin Yun'er only hesitated for a moment before walking over to Yi Shiyun and standing tall. "Don't be afraid." Yi Shiyun flashed a beautiful smile before stretching out her jade-white hand to hold Lin Yun'er's wrist and gently sending her Saint Chi into the little girl's body to inspect her more carefully. As time passed, the expression on Yi Shiyun's face became even more shocked. After a long time, she took a deep breath, let go of Lin Yun'er, and revealed a look of pure amazement. By now, Huang Wan was completely on edge as she stood nearby, watching Yi Shiyun nervously while wondering if she had found something wrong. Since Yang Kai had told her about Lin Yun'er's strange condition that day, Huang Wan had also paid more attention and found that, just as Yang Kai said, Lin Yun'er's tiny body actually contained a brute strength which should have been impossible for her age and size. What's more, this was pure physical strength. Huang Wan was worried Lin Yun'er had some kind of strange disease. After coming to High Heaven Sect, she had asked a few of the elders, but none could give her a clear explanation. So seeing Yi Shiyun now wear such a thoughtful expression, Huang Wan immediately pinned her hopes on her. After all, it was rumored that this great elder was once the sect master of Star Emperor Mountain, so there was no question that she was incredibly knowledgeable. However, it was a mystery why such a woman had suddenly left Star Emperor Mountain to live a life of seclusion, or why she had suddenly decided to join High Heaven Sect. Great Elder Yun'er, is she? Seeing Yi Shiyun remain silent, Huang Wan became even more nervous. Don't worry, Yi Shiyun comforted her and said lightly. This little girl is perfectly fine, but her physique seems to be a little strange. A special constitution? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. And there isn't any other logical explanation for why the vital essence in her body is so strong. However, I don't know what kind of special constitution she possesses. I'll have to consult some ancient books first. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Yang Kai gently nodded as Yi Shiyun's opinion coincided with his own judgment. He had also guessed that Lin Yun'er possessed a special constitution. Although special constitutions were rare and hard to come across, it did not mean they did not exist in this world. Yang Kai had met several special constitution possessors. The sacred spirit medicine body of little senior sister Xianing Chong, the poison widow body of beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo, and the dragon marrow phoenix body of Shui Yu all belong to the category of special constitutions. Special constitutions were an innate gift and granted their possessor all kinds of incredible effects. For example, Xianxia's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her unmatched aptitude and ability in alchemy. To her, alchemy was basically an instinct that did not require others to teach her about. On top of that, she could use alchemy to enhance her cultivation. As for what kind of physique Lin Yuner possessed, that was unknown for the moment, but seeing how it seemed to grant her immense physical strength, it should be one related to battle. Yang Kai could not help looking at her, as if she was a giant piece of uncut jade. The little girl was so young and her body was so thin, yet she already possessed such incredible force, so if she were to fully mature, it was likely even the strongest from the monster race would be nothing compared to her in a contest of strength. Great Elder, if you have nothing else to attend to in the meantime, why not accept the little girl as a disciple? Not only will you have a way to relieve your loneliness, but there will also be someone to give you filial piety in the future, killing two birds with one stone. Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Yi Shiyun glanced over at him and said faintly, "So this is what Sect Master had been planning all along by introducing this little girl to me." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and openly admitted, "Great Elder is also aware of the sect's current situation. Other than you, no one else has the qualifications to teach her. This little girl possesses a special constitution, so if others were to instruct her, they would only delay or impede her progress. Only Great Elder would have the necessary skill to avoid such a mishap." Hearing what Yang Kai said, Huang Wan's eyes lit up and she immediately began pleading as well. Although she could not bear the thought of separating from Lin Yuner, she was also aware of her limits. Lin Yuner cultivating under her guidance would naturally result in vastly inferior results compared to the little girl studying under Yi Shiyun. Considering Lin Yuner's future, Huang Wan felt she could tolerate a short separation. What's more, the Great Elder lived in High Heaven Sect, so she and Lin Yuner would still have many opportunities to meet in the future. Huang Wan and Yang Kai singing the same tune caused Yi Shiyun to smile bitterly, rubbing her forehead gently as she said, "If I were to flatly refuse, wouldn't that be too unreasonable? Subordinate would not dare think so. If Great Elder has difficulties, then Subordinate will naturally withdraw her request." Huang Wan said hurriedly. "Ha!" Yi Shiyun sighed. "It's not that this queen doesn't want to accept her as a disciple. It's just that before I figure out exactly what this little girl's special constitution is, even I would not feel confident formally instructing her. However, just providing a little guidance shouldn't be an issue." Huang Wan was immediately overjoyed. "But everything will depend on her own will." Yi Shiyun smiled slightly before turning to Lin Yuner and asking her gently, "Yuner, are you willing to cultivate under this queen's direction?" "Yes." Unexpectedly, Lin Yuner replied crisply without even a moment of hesitation. Yi Shiyun was slightly startled by this and could not help asking curiously, "Why?" "Because you should be very fierce." Lin Yuner tilted her head and replied. Yang Kai and the others could not help but laugh. Although this little girl was ignorant of worldly affairs, she possessed her own intuition and was able to instinctively understand who here had the highest cultivation. Yi Shiyun put on a dignified expression and quickly said, "It will be very hard to follow this queen. If you don't cultivate well, this queen may hit and scold you. Do you understand? Yuner will cultivate well, so she won't need beating or scolding." "Good." Yi Shiyun nodded with satisfaction. "Then from today, you will stay here on 100 Flowers Peak." Seeing Yi Shiyun accept, Huang Wan's eyes filled with excitement and she offered her sincere thanks. Yi Shiyun simply waved her hand and said, "I'm simply going to give her a little advice regarding her cultivation, not formally accepting her as a disciple. Please remember this." Subordinate will remember. Yuner being able to receive Great Elder's advice is already a great blessing. It doesn't matter whether she has the status of a disciple or not. And as long as you can have such a mentality. Also, you need not move to 100 Flowers Peak. I will let Yuner come visit you." Yi Shiyun exhorted before immediately turning to Yang Kai. "Sect Master, please return if there's nothing else." Another eviction order. Yang Kai's expression became a bit depressed as he scratched his nose and stood up. Not wanting to disturb Huang Wan, who was giving Lin Yuner a tearful reminder of things she needed to pay attention to, he left on his own. 5 days later, outside the flowing flame sand field, inside the palace housing High Heaven Sect Space Array, a light flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Without saying anything to the disciples on guard duty, Yang Kai simply summoned his star shuttle and flew off towards the horizon. Now that matters in High Heaven Sect had been settled, and Yang Kai had no worries inside or outside the sect, he needed to prepare for his impending long-distance voyage. 20 to 30 years had passed since he entered the star field, and just thinking about everyone back on Tongshen realm was enough to stimulate his worries and desires. Now that he had an Origin King grade starship in High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai felt that it was time for a trip back home. Of course, he also wanted to look for Su Yan and Shan Qingluo if possible. Many people were out there waiting for him, so he could not just remain on Shadowed Star forever. But before setting off, he needed to procure some cultivation resources. After all, this voyage would not be a matter of just 1 or 2 years. High Heaven Sect did not have any contact with the outside world and was not self-sufficient in terms of various cultivation resources. So before leaving, Yang Kai wanted to make sure the sect disciples and elders had plenty of reserves on hand. Saint crystals were the least of his worries, as there was a massive Saint crystal lode in the second layer of the flowing flame sand field that would be enough to supply the sect's needs for thousands of years. However, there was a noticeable lack of pills available. Although Yang Kai was an alchemist, he could not refine so many pills in short order, so his only recourse was to purchase some and stockpile them. Based on this consideration, Yang Kai did not choose to use space arrays to hurry along, and instead used his star shuttle to fly from city to city, purchasing various pills and herbs as he went. The direction he chose to head was towards Shadow Moon Hall. For this long-distance voyage, Yang Kai certainly wanted to invite Chen Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. The two of them had made their desire to set sail with him known long ago. Yang Kai hadn't picked a departure date until recently, so he had not been able to give them a positive answer. Now that even Clear Sky Sect had obtained a travel quota, Yang Kai would certainly not forget Shadow Moon Hall. After all, Chen Tong had taken care of him in many ways since arriving on Shadowed Star, and his friendship with Fei Ji too was also not shallow. If Yang Kai were to just leave without informing them, that would be too unreasonable. At the same time, on a vast plain in Shadowed Star's east, a massive city stood that stretched thousands of kilometers in every direction. At the center of this city, there were many beautiful, enormous palaces arranged close together. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union, Heaven Battling City. Inside one palace at the center of the city, 2 people were discussing important matters. One of them was an old man with a youthful complexion, while the other was a burly middle-aged man. If Yang Kai were here, he would recognize the old man as Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng, a fellow cultivator of the Tao of Space. At this moment, though, this prestigious great elder was respectfully addressing the middle-aged man. The identity of this man was easy to discern just from this: Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng, like Mo Xiaosheng, was a master at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but he had been in retreat these past years to try to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm and thus rarely showed himself. Mo Xiaosheng mostly handled all of the Union's day-to-day matters. This situation was quite common on Shadowed Star. Because of the constraints of the world principles here, the limit any cultivator could achieve was the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but all masters who reached this level would naturally not be content with the status quo and would strive to achieve the legendary Origin King realm. No one had succeeded, but that didn't hinder these masters' determination and enthusiasm to explore greater heights in the martial Tao and heavenly way. When the Emperor Garden opened, Chu Zheng had also entered, but the trip had not been very rewarding. At this time, what was being discussed with Mo Xiaosheng was an after-action report on the Emperor Garden. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps from outside the hall and a disciple's voice called out. Reporting to Union Master and Great Elder, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Pong is here to request a meeting. That old ghost Fong? Chu Zheng frowned as he muttered with displeasure. That old dog dared to come to my Heaven Battling City? Does he not put this Chu in his eyes? Mo Xiaosheng also showed a look of suspicion. One had to know that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the 2 giants of Shadowed Star. Although they weren't blood enemies, They did have some small skirmishes between them, with several disciples from both forces perishing at the other's hands each year. However, showing up at the other force's headquarters was nothing short of a great taboo. Moreover, Fang Peng's identity was extraordinary. He was none other than the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, making his status equivalent to Chu Zheng's. With his high status and sensitive identity, arriving at Heaven Battling City unannounced was likely to cause friction and possibly even disputes between the two giants. At worst, it might result in an all-out war. So after hearing the disciples' report, Chu Zhang couldn't help becoming angry. Union Master, please calm yourself. Although Mo Xiaosheng also had many doubts, his wit was sharper than Chu Zhang's, and he hurriedly said, Fang Peng must have something important to discuss with Union Master, since he dares to arrive in Heaven Battling City. If that's the case, you might as well hear what he has to say. It won't be too late to decide how to respond afterwards. Hearing this proposal, Chu Zhang felt it was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, as this place's master, he wasn't afraid of a lone Fang Peng, so he nodded lightly after he pondered for a moment. Very well, then we'll act per Great Elder's intention. But if that old dog really came here to provoke my Heaven Battling Union, this old master will let him know what the price of overconfidence is. Just after these words were spoken, a loud laugh came from outside the hall, and a hearty voice called out, I've not seen you for many years, but it seems Brother Chu's temper is as short as ever. At the same time this voice sounded, a figure appeared outside the hall. The Heaven Battling Union disciple was thoroughly shocked by this person's appearance and hurriedly tried to block him. But he was easily kicked aside and unable to get up. Immediately after, the uninvited guest walked into the hall directly, wearing a carefree smile, without the slightest trace of politeness, as if this place was his own private courtyard. Chu Zheng's expression turned gloomy as Mo Xiaosheng frowned, a clear look of displeasure appearing on both their faces. The man who walked in was Fang Peng, the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, but neither of the two seated inside had expected that this guy would be so thick-skinned. After entering the hall, Fang Peng found a place to sit down for himself before turning to Chu Zhang and saying, Brother Chu, I'm a guest from afar, so why don't I see tea being served? Is Heaven Battling Union really so stingy? If it were someone else who had arrived, this Chu would definitely welcome them. But we have no tea for the likes of you. Chu Zhang snorted coldly. Fang Peng just curled his lips, not bothering to dwell on this seemingly irrelevant topic. Old Ghost Fang, instead of taking care of your Thunder Typhoon Sect, you've run tens of thousands of kilometers to my Heaven Battling City. Why? Chu Zhang got straight to the point. Changpeng Xian fell in the Emperor Garden. So if you leave Thunder Typhoon Sect rashly, aren't you afraid someone will take the opportunity to stir up trouble? Who would dare? Immediately after Chu Zhang's mentioned Changpeng Xian falling, Fang Peng's face became gloomy and he coldly snorted. Although Great Elder Cheng's demise is unfortunate, my Thunder Typhoon Sect is no pushover. Who would dare court death by challenging us? Your courage isn't small, Chu Zhang sneered, his eyes faintly flashing. If this old master were to make you remain here forever, I think your Thunder Typhoon Sect would be nothing more than a flock of chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Make me remain here? Fang Peng pointed to himself with a grin. Don't try to boast shamelessly, Brother Chu. If you have such confidence, you are welcome to try burying this Fang in Heaven Battling City. Hearing this taunt, a dangerous light flickered across Chu Zhang's eyes as if he really wanted to take action. This couldn't be helped though, since Thunder Typhoon Sect would likely collapse if Fang Peng was beheaded here, leaving only Heaven Battling Union to lord over Shadowed Star. However, Fang Peng remained utterly calm and relaxed, as if he had something to rely on, causing Chu Zhang some confusion and stopping him from acting ruthlessly. Mo Xiaosheng also felt confused. Although Fang Peng's strength was indeed exceptional, since he had entered the heart of Heaven Battling City, his life was no longer his to control. This old dog couldn't have lost his mind and taken the initiative to deliver his head. Could he? Enough nonsense. After a long silent stalemate, Fang Peng waved his hand and said, Truth be told, This Fong daring to come to Heaven Battling Union alone this time was simply because he was ordered to. Ordered. Chu Zhang and Mo Xiaosheng were both startled. To do what and by who? Fong Peng was Thunder Typhoon Sect's sect master. Who could order him to do anything? Both of these men's hearts clenched when they realized the answer to this question. Who do you think? Fong Peng squinted at them. Exchanging a glance, both Chu Zhang and Mo Xiaosheng turned severe, and only after a long silence did Chu Zhang hesitantly ask, could it be them? It's them. Who else could order this Fong into action personally? Fong Peng grinned meaningfully. Or do you think this old master would willingly come here to die? While this old master may not be young, he still hasn't lived nearly enough. How could I waltz right into this tiger's den without something to take advantage of? Although his words weren't pleasant to the ear, Chu Zhang and Mo Xiaosheng could only look at each other and suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. Since the other party had come here under their orders, they could not do anything to him. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the two giants of Shadowed Star, their strength was insignificant compared with that side. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Yang sect was comparable to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. But because it had offended that side, it had been uprooted overnight, showing just how terrifying their power was. Usually, their people were completely indifferent to worldly affairs, so why would they suddenly order Fong Peng to contact Heaven Battling Union at this time? Brother Fong, if you have something to say then get to the point. You and I know that while Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect can lord over Shadowed Star, we still fall short of their power. Since they've begun to move, the Heaven Battling Union and I naturally won't just stand by. Chu Zhang took a deep breath and his attitude became much more easygoing. Brother Chu really understands what must be done. Fong Peng laughed before he too assumed a solemn expression. That little brat from High Heaven Sect has left the Flowing Flame sand field. Chu Zhang was taken aback and quickly reacted. You mean that boy called Yang Kai? Indeed. Fong Peng nodded lightly. And from his movements, it seems he wants to go to Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall? Chu Zhang frowned. What does this have to do with us? Why does Brother Chu try to play dumb? Fong Peng sneered. Although High Heaven Sect is nothing of importance itself, since it is located inside the Flowing Flame sand field, no one can pose any threat to it. If it's given enough time to develop, will Shadowed Star still have a place for you and me? Brother Fong's meaning is to strangle this danger in its cradle? Exactly. Fong Peng nodded sincerely. If he had remained hidden inside the Flowing Flame sand field, I'm afraid no one would have any way to deal with him. But since he's decided to come out on his own, he no longer gets to decide whether he lives or dies. That being said, I heard that this boy's strength and means are extraordinary. No average person would be able to do anything to him. So what? No matter how great his strength might be, he's still a boy who just broke through to the origin returning realm. You and I have countless masters at our disposal. Could it be that you think we have no way to take him? Chu Zhang nodded lightly, feeling like he had been making a bit too much of a fuss, but he still suspiciously asked, but what does any of this have to do with them? A great deal. Fong Peng grinned meaningfully. High Heaven Sect has an Origin King grade starship. Hasn't Brother Chu heard? This Chu has heard such rumors, but is it truly an Origin King grade starship? Chu Zhang was a little skeptical. Whether or not it is real, you might as well ask Elder Mo. Elder Mo has seen it with his own eyes. Chu Zhang shot a look over at Mo Xiaosheng, who nodded solemnly and said, There's no doubt that it is an Origin King grade starship. However, I have no idea how they made it or where they found it. It doesn't matter where they got it. The key is that as long as we can obtain that starship, we can leave the Shadowed Star and go to another Cultivation Star to break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as this statement came out, both Mo Xiaosheng and Chu Zhang's eyes lit up with desire. The Origin King realm was something they always dreamed of reaching but could never achieve. However, with an Origin King grade starship, it might just be possible. Presumably, Brother Chu understands what this means. Moreover, Yi Shiyun has joined High Heaven Sect and currently holds the status of Great Elder. Do you think that side will just let High Heaven Sect off? Fong Peng grinned deviously. So that's how it is. Chu Zheng nodded lightly, finally comprehending the whole picture. Whether it was because of that Origin King grade starship or Yi Shiyun, it was impossible for them to sit by and watch High Heaven Sect develop. That side would definitely be looking for any opportunity to wipe High Heaven Sect out. And their sect master Yang Kai's little outing was one such opportunity. Is this matter to be undertaken by just our two forces? Chu Zheng asked. For the time being, but that side seems to be sending people as well. Humph! Manipulative bastards. Chu Zheng snorted coldly. It was almost inevitable that that Origin King grade starship would fall into their hands if High Heaven Sect was really eliminated. At that time, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union would only get some leftover soup to drink. Their fist is bigger, after all. Fong Peng smiled helplessly. I've delivered their message, but as for the specifics, that is for you and me to discuss. Because this is related to that starship and Yi Shiyun, we can't just kill Yang Kai but must capture him alive instead to use as a bargaining chip to force High Heaven Sect to surrender. Yang Kai knew nothing about Fong Peng and Chu Zheng's conspiracy. At this moment, he was still flying in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, stopping by each city he came across, buying up pills and herbs like crazy. The number of Saint crystals in his space ring shrank at an extreme speed, but the number of cultivation resources increased at the same time. His harvest was massive. 3 months later, Yang Kai stood mid-air, looking towards a city not far away. Heavenly Fate City. Glancing to the side, Yang Kai saw a small devastated mountain, Dragon Cave Mountain, which sat just 50 kilometers from Heavenly Fate City. This small ruined mountain was Yang Kai's first stopover on Shadowed Star, and was where he had made many friends and enemies, and grown to his current height. It was a pity that this unique small mountain range managed by Wu Yi, Yang Yan, and all the others had been destroyed in that great battle. Only a little time had passed, but when Yang Kai looked at the desolate Dragon Cave Mountain, it almost felt like he could see his rapid growth over the past decade. After a brief silence, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, collected his mood, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. He had flown all the way here from the Flowing Flame Sand Field, and although it had taken him 3 full months, he hadn't wasted his time on the road. Although cultivating on the move was impossible, studying the various gains he had from the Emperor Garden wasn't an issue. Yang Kai had fully grasped the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique now, so all that remained was for him to take the time to experiment and enhance his control over his golden blood threads to increase their battle power. He had also studied the true alchemy enlightenment scripture from time to time, obtaining new harvests each time he did. These 3 months had been quite fulfilling. In front of the majestic city lord's mansion, Yang Kai was stopped by the cultivators on guard. After taking a good look at Yang Kai though, the lead guard suddenly paled and solemnly cupped his fists. Heavenly Fate City's Chun Chi greets Sect Master Yang. Oh? You recognize me? Yang Kai smiled and looked at this man with some surprise. The man called Chun Chi scratched his head and respectfully said, when Sect Master Yang raised a big fuss in Heavenly Fate City, this Chun was able to see Sect Master Yang from a distance. So that's how it is? Yang Kai gently nodded. Since this man knew him, that made things easier. Is City Lord Fei here? I want to discuss something with him. Saying so, Yang Kai prepared to walk inside. Chun Chi quickly stood in front of him, though, and wore an awkward expression as he said, reporting to Sect Master Yang. Sir City Lord is not in the city right now. Not here. Yang Kai was stunned. Unexpectedly, after traveling a few million kilometers, one of the people Yang Kai had come to see was out, causing him to feel somewhat depressed. After collecting himself, Yang Kai asked, what about Elder Qian? Elder Qian is not here either. Chun Chi's look became even more embarrassed. Where did they go? Yang Kai was speechless. It hadn't been long since the Emperor Garden had closed, yet these 2 old men hadn't even bothered checking their gains before leaving once more. Great Elder and Sir City Lord went to Fallen Emperor Mountain together, Chun Chi replied quickly. Why would they go to Fallen Emperor Mountain? Yang Kai frowned. Chun Chi asked back, hasn't Sect Master Yang heard about Fallen Emperor Mountain's mutation? Mutation. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Half an hour later, Yang Kai left Heavenly Fate City, summoned his star shuttle, and set out in the direction of Fallen Emperor Mountain. From Chunchi he had learned something quite shocking. The ruins of a large number of secluded homes and cave mansions of ancient cultivators had appeared in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and there was even a rumor that the ruins of a great sect had been discovered. This news was simply unbelievable. After the news spread, it immediately attracted a large number of shadowed star cultivators who wanted to explore and treasure hunt. Moreover, this was no mere rumor. It was all confirmed fact. Some people had already managed to obtain heaven-defying secret arts and secret techniques from these ruins, along with other valuable artifacts and treasures. It was even said that an Origin King-grade artifact had appeared. Of course, this last point may have been an exaggeration. Regardless of which cultivation star one was on, Origin King-grade artifacts were rare treasures because too few artifact refiners were capable of refining such masterpieces. But it was undeniable that Fallen Emperor Mountain had become the focus of attention for all of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had been to Fallen Emperor Mountain once before when he had joined Fei Jitu's group to rescue Qian Tong. The reason why this mountain range was called Fallen Emperor Mountain was precisely because of rumors that the Starry Sky Great Emperor had fallen there. The omnipresent Emperor pressure in Fallen Emperor Mountain added to the credibility of this rumor. The deeper one went, the stronger the Emperor pressure became. Before the Emperor Garden manifested, Shadowed Stars cultivators that had recently broken through to the Origin Returning Realm would enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to make use of the Emperor pressure to condense their sure. Unfortunately, no cultivator could enter the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain because none could bear the intensity of the Emperor pressure there. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the Emperor pressure that pervaded Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared. The reason for this was obviously due to the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden originally existed many thousands of meters below Fallen Emperor Mountain, which allowed Emperor pressure to cover this mountain range. But when the Emperor Garden rose into the sky, the Emperor pressure emitted by it no longer affected Fallen Emperor Mountain. No one had ever been able to travel deep into Fallen Emperor Mountain before, so many couldn't resist the temptation to explore. Initially, just a few cultivators who were curious about what was inside Fallen Emperor Mountain had banded together to explore its depths. But some kind of falling out occurred after they discovered an ancient cave mansion and obtained many benefits, leading to word of the existence of treasures leaking out. If it weren't for an unequal distribution that led to infighting and even killing, news of this discovery probably wouldn't have spread as quickly. Previously, all of Shadowed Star's cultivators were paying attention to the Emperor Garden's movements, so no one paid much heed to the changes of Fallen Emperor Mountain. But now, the world's attention had shifted from the Emperor Garden to Fallen Emperor Mountain. This focus only became more pronounced when word spread of a large number of secluded homes and cave mansions of ancient cultivators and even sect ruins being discovered. Now, countless cultivators from all over Shadowed Star were rushing to Fallen Emperor Mountain. This happened 3 or 4 months ago. Yang Kai had already left High Heaven sect on a purchasing spree while immersing himself in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture and demon blood thread secret technique. So he had naturally not received word about this strange phenomenon. It was only after arriving in Heavenly Fate City that he came to learn of this news. Of course, Yang Kai was quite interested in these secluded homes, cave mansions, and sect ruins. Now that he knew of them, he didn't mind taking a trip there to find Qian Tong and Fei Jitu, saving him from wasting time just waiting in Heavenly Fate City for them to return. After obtaining some relevant information, Yang Kai flew straight to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Along the way, Yang Kai noticed that many cultivators were also traveling in the same direction as him, rushing towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. Apparently, the news of hidden treasures being found wasn't groundless. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to attract so many people. Yang Kai naturally remembered the location of Fallen Emperor Mountain as it wasn't too far away from Heavenly Fate City. 10 days later, a streak of light arrived outside Fallen Emperor Mountain and came to a halt. When this light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Looking at the countless cultivators down below, Yang Kai couldn't help wrinkling his brow. He hadn't expected it to be so lively outside Fallen Emperor Mountain. A rough estimate put the number of cultivators in the mountain range's periphery at several tens of thousands with widely varying cultivations. There were cultivators at the true element boundary, immortal ascension boundary, transcendent realm, saint realm, etc. There were even some separation and reunion boundary cultivators who had yet to even reach the true element boundary. What are they doing here? Xianxia observed with consternation. With such strength and cultivation, rushing into such a dangerous place was courting death. But after thinking about it carefully, Xianxia suddenly understood. Since they had chosen the path of cultivation, these people weren't afraid of taking risks. Xianxia had also passed through these great realms and deeply understood that the more dangerous the place, the higher the benefit it was hiding and the more those benefits could help a cultivator grow. If these cultivators were lucky enough to find an unclaimed secluded home or cave mansion of some ancient cultivator, perhaps they would never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. And now that there was no trace of Emperor pressure remaining in fallen Emperor Mountain, it could be said that even ordinary mortals who hadn't begun to cultivate could enter without worrying about their safety. Fallen Emperor Mountain was also different from other mountain ranges because the omnipresent Emperor pressure that shrouded it in the past had made it impossible for any kind of creature to live inside. As such, there was no need for cultivators entering to worry about encountering vicious or powerful monster beasts. The only thing one needed to care about was other cultivators. Killing people and plundering their treasures was something that happened frequently, but as long as one didn't venture too deep into the mountains, the risk of this happening wasn't too high. Various thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind as he quickly came to an understanding of why these seemingly weak cultivators had gathered here. Not only that, some cultivators didn't even seem like they were planning to enter Fallen Emperor Mountain, and were here to take advantage of this opportunity to do some business instead. In this crowded place, countless stalls and pop-up shops had appeared, selling a dazzling array of goods and services. The business at some stalls seemed to be pretty good, with many people gathering around and bargaining with the stall owners, making for a lively market atmosphere. Seeing this, Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter. In the end, he didn't need to care too much about other people's affairs. This trip to Fallen Emperor Mountain was just a coincidental opportunity. What Xianxia had to do now was see if he could find Qian Tong or Fei Zhitu while casually exploring. If he had some gains, he would be happy, but if not, he wouldn't care. Considering all this, Xianxia descended to the ground. Just after he collected his star shuttle, several cultivators rushed over to him, all of them wearing flattering smiles as they greeted Xianxia with cupped fists from afar. Xianxia frowned, not knowing what these people were up to. But he wasn't about to just attack random people, so he stood in place and looked at them faintly while asking, "Do you have something you want to discuss with me?" Extreme Heaven Sect's Wu Chang greets this friend. One of the more astute-looking cultivators quickly introduced himself. Others followed suit. Interestingly, these cultivators were all just Saint Kings. After listening to their self-introductions, Xianxia raised his brow as he discovered that these people all belonged to different forces, some of which even seemed to have grudges between them. This left Xianxia a little at a loss, wondering what they wanted from him. "It's like this, friend." The man named Wu Chang took the lead, putting on a friendly smile that felt entirely fake to Xianxia but made the others present scowl somewhat unhappily. From the looks of it, friend came alone to enter the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain to treasure hunt? Yes? Indeed. Xianxia gently nodded. So what? Wu Chang chuckled. Friend doesn't need to be so vigilant. This one has no malicious intentions and simply wishes to invite you and to enter with him. With you? Xianxia frowned. Exactly. Wu Chang nodded quickly before stretching out his hand and pointing in a specific direction. Friend must be able to tell that this Wu is nothing more than a second-order Saint King, and although such cultivation is not low, it is also not high. In fact, the disciples of Extreme Heaven Sect currently here do not have an Origin Realm Master to assume command, so if we were to encounter a powerful enemy while exploring the Fallen Emperor Mountain. Although he didn't finish his words, Xianxia still understood why this man extended an invitation. Looking in the direction this Wu Chang was pointing, Xianxia noticed a group of cultivators wearing similar robes, about a dozen or so in total and all of them Saint Kings. There was no trace of an Origin Realm Master in sight. It seemed that Extreme Heaven Sect wasn't a very powerful force. You want me to protect your safety? Xianxia asked. Talking with someone smart makes things so much easier. Rather than just protection, This Wu would rather call it cooperation. It all depends on whether this friend is willing or not. Wu Chang nodded quickly. Is there a difference? Yang Kai was surprised. Naturally there is a difference. Wu Chang saw that Yang Kai seemed a bit interested and hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. If friend just protects my extreme heaven sect, we will simply pay friend a satisfactory price. But whatever we discover in Fallen Emperor Mountain will then belong exclusively to my extreme heaven sect. If we cooperate, however, friend and I can discuss the terms of how to distribute the treasures we find. Of course, this Wu would earnestly like to cooperate with this friend. Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally figuring out why the other party was acting so enthusiastic. It turned out that this Wu Chang's sect lacked any powerful masters, and since Yang Kai hadn't bothered to conceal his cultivation, even if Wu Chang was just a Saint King, it wasn't hard to realize Yang Kai was an Origin Realm master. The same goes for all of you? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the others gathered around him. These cultivators nodded quickly, one by one introducing their own families or sects. I understand, Yang Kai chuckled before asking meaningfully. Aren't you worried I'll go back on my word and silence the witnesses if we discover something truly good? Hearing this, Wu Chang and the others present went somewhat stiff, their expressions becoming uncomfortable. But soon, Wu Chang composed himself and said, Friend must be joking. Whether I'm joking or not, since I can enter the Fallen Emperor Mountain to explore on my own, why would I bother cooperating with you and be forced to share the profits? Yang Kai sneered. He wasn't so idle or bored to help these people. The only reason he even bothered talking to these people was because he had only just arrived and was hoping to glean information from them about Fallen Emperor Mountain's current situation. And it's like this, friend. The ancient secluded homes and cave mansions in Fallen Emperor Mountain are all extremely well hidden. Many cannot even be found with divine sense, so if there are more people to search, there is a higher chance to discover opportunities. Moreover, most of the barriers protecting these secluded homes and cave mansions cannot be opened by individuals, and instead require the cooperation of many, which is why most people choose to form groups to explore. There are very few who decide to enter all on their own. From what you said, I guess it does make sense. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wu Chang and the others were overjoyed hearing this, but just as they were about to continue pressing their advantage, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, But I only just arrived here and don't plan on immediately diving in, so you'd all best look for someone else to cooperate with. Saying so, Yang Kai left. He never had any intention to cooperate with these people. Although Wu Chang and the others were unwilling, they were unable to continue blocking Yang Kai, so they turned their attention back to their surroundings instead, hoping to spot other lone Origin Realm masters they could win over. After getting rid of those few people, Yang Kai didn't rush to enter Fallen Emperor Mountain, but instead walked around the random stalls while taking out his communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. Unfortunately, there was no response, so Yang Kai could only shake his head and put it away. It seemed that Qian Tong was too far away. Otherwise, he would have been able to make contact. Yang Kai wasn't actually investigating these stalls for treasures. There were a lot of goods at these stalls, and many of them weren't bad in terms of quality, but how could these things possibly enter Yang Kai's eyes? Moreover, who would be willing to display any kind of real treasure here? After obtaining something precious, anyone's first thought would be to hide it from public view. Could be said that the items on sale here were all just common goods. Of course, some people couldn't judge the real value of things and treated treasures like garbage, but such instances were scarce. Yang Kai continued to wander around since he wanted to gather information. At the very least, he could get a rough understanding of the situation inside Fallen Emperor Mountain through the conversations of the cultivators around him. There were countless people here, so it wasn't tricky for Yang Kai to glean some valuable news. The ancient sect ruins actually existed. Apparently, it was located at the innermost part of Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now, many masters had already rushed there. However, the sect defending array of that ruin seemed quite sturdy, so it probably wouldn't be easy to break through in short order. As such, the masters who first discovered it were at a loss and could only wait for more people to arrive so they could join forces to crack it. If Yang Yan were here, with her abilities, breaking through that sect defending array wouldn't be any trouble at all. But unfortunately, she had already fused with the great emperor's true body and was now still in a state of deep sleep. Thinking of Yang Yen, Yang Kai sighed unconsciously. This woman was the closest friend Yang Kai had made since he arrived on Shadowed Star. She had followed him through many ups and downs, sharing joys and sorrows, but how could Yang Kai have known her actual life experiences would be so astonishing? Just as he was reminiscing, Yang Kai's eyes flashed lightly before he collected himself and walked off towards a sparsely crowded place. After a while, he suddenly turned around with a smile on his face and called out, "Friend, why are you following behind this Yang so stealthily? How about you come out and show yourself?" A surprised outburst rang out before a figure strangely appeared not far away, its eyes sweeping over Yang Kai in shock as it called out, "You can actually see through this Zhang's concealment technique?" Yang Kai snorted as he swept his divine sense across his opponent and found that this man was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator who appeared to be about 50 years old with slightly graying hair and a short stature. This older man's Saint Chi also seemed somewhat obscure. Although this old man was one minor realm higher than him, Yang Kai showed no signs of fear at all. He had killed a few of the cultivators at the third-order origin realm before, so why would he fear a mere second-order old man? Moreover, looking at the other person's expression, it seemed that there was no malice contained in it. So Yang Kai didn't plan an act before he understood this old man's true intentions. "Don't take offense, little brother. This Jiang had no ill intentions." The cultivator surnamed Jiang quickly expressed his attitude. After all, it was something of a taboo to follow after someone secretly. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than this old man's, this place was currently a great mixing pot of dragons and snakes, so he didn't want to stir up any unnecessary conflict with Yang Kai only to benefit others. "I can see that." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not seeming to pay it any mind. "But I still want to know why you were following me." "Hee hee." Then this old man will be succinct with little brother. Although this man looked far older than Yang Kai, since both of them were origin realm cultivators and were unfamiliar with one another, he didn't dare assume an air of seniority. "And, if little brother doesn't mind, may this old man inquire as to what attribute Saint Chi you cultivate?" "What attribute?" Yang Kai frowned, his face growing solemn. "Why should I tell you? If it's convenient, would little brother mind indulging this old man? This old man is searching for a companion who cultivates a specific attribute of secret art. Of course, if little brother is unwilling, then just pretend this old man never asked. This Jiang can always search for others to cooperate with." The man surnamed Jiang asked sincerely. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "See for yourself." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and released a dark demonic flame atop his palm which gave off a scorching heat. The cultivator surnamed Jiang saw this and his face lit up. "Fire attribute, finally." Yang Kai frowned. "You were looking for a cultivator that specifically cultivates fire attribute, Saint Chi?" "Indeed." The expression of the cultivator surnamed Jiang turned serious again. "This old man has already spoken to more than a dozen people, but none of them could meet my requirements. If little brother doesn't mind, can we move elsewhere to discuss the situation in detail?" Saying so, he looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Seeing Yang Kai hesitating though, the old man surnamed Jiang grit his teeth and quietly sent a divine sense message to Yang Kai. "Oh? Is there such a good deal?" Yang Kai asked in surprise before nodding immediately. "In that case, please lead the way, brother Jiang." "Please, please." Jiang Shan saw Yang Kai agree and was overjoyed, hurriedly turning and walking off in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed him away from the crowds and towards a more and more deserted area. However, having complete confidence in his strength, Yang Kai wasn't worried this old man was up to anything nefarious. After a while, the two arrived at a small slope about 10 kilometers away, where 3 other people were sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly adjusting their breathing. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly swept this group with his divine sense, immediately discovering that these 3 were all second-order origin returning realm cultivators comparable to the old man whose name he now knew was Jiang Shan. Of these 3 people, 2 were men while 1 was a woman. One of the men appeared similar to Jiang Shan, about 50 or 60 years old, while the other man and the woman looked much younger. Of this younger-looking pair, the man had a wild look about him as well as burly muscles, while the woman had a delicate appearance with an impressive pair of jade peaks and a thin, enchanting figure. From how the younger-looking man and woman were meditating close to each other, it seemed that they were husband and wife. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared so intimate. However, their appearances gave a strong sense of visual conflict, like a beautiful woman and a burly beast. Perceiving someone had arrived, the three cultivators opened their eyes at the same time. When they saw that Xianxia had brought someone back with him, they all began examining Xianxia. "Brother Jiang, what took you so long? This old master thought something happened to you." The old man meditating in the back asked impatiently. "Haha, a minor matter. It just took more time to find a suitable candidate than I anticipated." Fortunately, this old man managed to find this little brother, Xianxia explained. Truly was hard to find a suitable candidate. What he was looking for was someone who cultivated fire attribute Saint Qi and had an appropriate level of strength. If he found someone who was too strong, he wouldn't be able to control the situation, but if he found someone too weak, they wouldn't be of any help. As such, a first or second-order origin realm cultivator was the best choice. What's more, most of the cultivators who arrived outside Fallen Emperor Mountain were now appearing in groups, so it had been hard to find a lone cultivator. Xianxia had wandered for 2 or 3 days and asked 10 people in total, but only Xianxia met his requirements. A first-order origin realm brat? The wild-looking brawny man coldly snorted. With his low strength, won't it be more difficult to break open the barrier? If this boy drags our heels, wouldn't we have wasted a lot of time? Although he was just a second-order origin realm master, barely any higher than Xianxia, this burly man's tone was quite condescending. But Xianxia just smiled lightly and paid it no mind. Xianxia quickly spoke up. "First order is fine. Although this little brother's cultivation is slightly lower, he only needs to take enough pills to supplement his Saint Qi when the time comes. Moreover, cracking the spirit array isn't difficult. As long as we have the right number of people with the appropriate attributes, it will simply be a matter of time. There's no requirement for individual strength." If Brother Jiang says so, the brawny man didn't continue to haggle over the issue. "Good. Old Jiang, shouldn't we head out now that everyone is here? Although you said that place is quite remote and it's unlikely to be discovered, with so many people pouring into Fallen Emperor Mountain, it's probably best if we move quickly." The elegant woman opened her lips lightly and said in a crisp, pleasant-sounding voice that still retained a hint of immaturity. If one were to simply listen to her voice, they would have difficulty thinking she was an origin realm master. "Sister E is right. Now that everyone is here, we should go." Xianxia didn't object, simply beckoning to everyone as he summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain. The other four exchanged a glance before hurrying to keep up. Along the way, everyone introduced themselves. After all, they were about to collaborate, so it wasn't a good idea to know nothing about one another. Of course, no one went into too much detail about their origins. Xianxia only learned that besides Xianxia, the other old man was He Wei, the burly man was called Chun Li, and the elegant lady was Yi Lin. Xianxia opted only to give his surname when asked. After all, his current reputation on Shadowed Star was quite loud, so if he reported his full name, these people would have some questions. But since he only gave his surname, no one cared too much. The reason Xianxia gathered 5 people to enter Fallen Emperor Mountain was because he accidentally discovered the hidden cave mansion of an ancient cultivator a few days ago. Unfortunately, a powerful spirit array was guarding this cave mansion that, even after several days of effort, he was unable to crack. As such, his only recourse was to exit Fallen Emperor Mountain and look for helpers. Fortunately, he had dabbled in spirit arrays during his long life and, although he had failed to crack the protective array outright, he had been able to associate it with a specific spirit array he had read about in some ancient books called the 5-element scattering array. This spirit array had very distinct strong points and weak points. Its strong point was it provided excellent camouflage and was incredibly difficult for individuals to crack. However, as long as one could gather 5 cultivators that had Saint Qi of the 5 elements, they would be able to work together to break it. If the spirit array had been in peak condition, Then 5 Origin King Realm Masters would need to be assembled to destroy it. However, after more than 10,000 years of neglect, its power had significantly reduced, and 5 Origin Realm Masters were all that was needed. After leaving Fallen Emperor Mountain, Xianxia found 3 suitable candidates, with Yangkai being the last one. Xianxia had mentioned the ancient cultivator's hidden cave mansion to Yangkai at that time, which was why Yangkai had bothered following him. In any case, Yangkai had to enter the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain, so this diversion was technically along the way for him. If he managed to obtain some benefits, that would be best. If not, it didn't matter, so Yangkai's enthusiasm was far lower than the other 4. Let's get the unpleasant business out of the way first. After Xianxia finished explaining about the ancient cave mansion and the 5 elements scattering array, he wore a solemn look and said, "When the barrier is broken, if there really is a hidden cave mansion, this old man wants 40% of whatever we find, while the remaining 60 will be shared amongst everyone else equally." 40%? Hearing Xianxia's words, He Wei raised his brow, but after a moment of thought, he nodded. "Good, Brother Zhang's distribution is fair. This old man has no objections." Chun Li and Yi Lin naturally had no objections either. Although the 5 of them were acting together, the ancient cave mansion was discovered by Xianxia, and he had also provided the method to crack its protective barrier, while the rest of them were simply contributing some strength. Xianxia monopolizing 40% of the rewards wasn't unjust. Yangkai rarely went out exploring with others, but he still understood such basic distribution etiquette. Ordinarily, Xianxia declaring he wanted half of the gains wouldn't be considered taking the lion's share, so now that he only wanted 40%, everyone was naturally quite satisfied. "What if there isn't a way to evenly distribute the gains we find?" Yangkai asked. "If there aren't enough gains to be distributed, we will naturally convert them to Saint Crystals or auction them off on the spot, the highest price winning the treasure while the rest receive some Saint Crystals." Yi Lin looked at Yangkai with a smile. "Little brother, you must rarely go out treasure hunting with strangers." "Yes, N." Yangkai nodded with slight embarrassment as he vaguely realized that such rules must be reasonably standard things that everyone knew. "No wonder." Yi Lin giggled. Xianxia also smiled kindly. "Judging from little brother Yang having reached the First Order Origin returning realm at such a young age, you must come from some famous force, so it's only natural that you don't know of such rules." "Humph. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't stand up to wind and rain. Little boy, don't you dare screw things up for us when the time comes." Chun Li seemed to look down on Yangkai's strength and distrust him quite a bit. Saying so, he turned his attention back to Yi Lin and ignored Yangkai. Yangkai simply scratched his cheek awkwardly and remained silent. After experiencing so many ups and downs on his life's journey, overcoming innumerable hardships to reach his current strength, he was now being treated as a greenhouse flower by strangers. But no matter how he tried, he knew he wouldn't be able to explain, nor was he interested in doing so. All of them had just met and would only be working together once before going their separate ways. Thus explaining anything was meaningless. The group of 5 continued on their way. At first, they would encounter all kinds of cultivators near the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain. However, after these people sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from this group of 5, all of them quickly avoided them. This wasn't surprising, as a group of 5 Origin Realm Masters was not one to be trifled with. Who knows what kind of temperament these 5 had? Wouldn't it be courting death if they had wicked personalities or were easily angered? However, as time passed and the group dove deeper and deeper into the mountain range, fewer cultivators could be seen until there were not any in sight. Fallen Emperor Mountain was massive, and although there were now tens of thousands of people exploring this place, once they dispersed, there was rarely a chance of encountering others. Just one day after Yangkai entered Fallen Emperor Mountain, a team of several dozen people suddenly descended to the periphery. A strong sense of oppression radiated from this group, and the noisy crowd around Fallen Emperor Mountain's periphery suddenly fell silent as everyone turned to look at these newcomers. Among this large group, 2 people stood out as leaders. One was a middle-aged man in a blue robe who appeared both burly and sturdy, while the other was wearing green robes and didn't seem as visually imposing, but whose aura was not inferior to the blue-robed man. After sweeping the surrounding 100-kilometer radius with his divine sense, the blue-robed man frowned and muttered, "He's not here." The man in the green robe smiled lightly as he took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, seemingly contacting someone. After putting away the artifact, he said, "Brother Chu, that little brat seems to have entered Fallen Emperor Mountain a day ago." "He went inside?" The blue-robed man frowned, his eyes gleaming brightly in the next moment as he slowly nodded. "Fine. This matter cannot be delayed, so we should enter as well." "Good. I didn't expect Fallen Emperor Mountain to experience such a great change, but it makes things more convenient for us to act. Otherwise, we would need to take the trouble to conceal our whereabouts and movements." The man in the green robes grinned. The group of several dozen only remained on the outskirts for a moment before they directly rushed into Fallen Emperor Mountain and disappeared. After they left, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the outside of Fallen Emperor Mountain gasped. Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zhang and Thunder Typhoon Sect Master Fang Peng. Why did they come here together? Weren't they rivals? Someone exclaimed, apparently recognizing the identities of the previous two. What's so strange about that? Fallen Emperor Mountain is now rich with opportunities and many treasures are waiting to be excavated. Those two forming a temporary alliance to reap more benefits isn't unprecedented. What friend says makes sense, but for so many masters from those two forces to suddenly run over, it seems the sect defending array of the ancient sect ruins is about to be broken. Then why are we still hesitating? We need to hurry up and follow them, a man said enthusiastically, quickly putting away his storefront and rushing into Fallen Emperor Mountain behind the Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect group. These two giants would undoubtedly be eating meat, but there should still be some soup left over for others to drink. Opportunities and risks always coexisted, so as long as one was careful, they may be able to take advantage of this situation to reap some unexpected harvests. On Fallen Emperor Mountain Range, in front of a particular mountain, Xianxia and his group of 5 people finally came to a stop after 3 straight days of flying. This was already considerably far into Fallen Emperor Mountain. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, no creature was able to set foot into this place because prolonged exposure to the overwhelming ambient Emperor pressure would grind them to dust. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the Emperor pressure which pervaded Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared, making it possible to explore these previously desolate regions. The group of 5 managed to arrive here without any kind of incident along the way. Here. Wei glanced around with a deep frown on his face while the others wore similarly confused looks. Although the world energy in this place was quite abundant, none of their divine senses could detect the slightest trace of a spirit array barrier, let alone the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. "Yes, it's here," Zhang Shan said with confidence and a smile on his face. "If not for this Zhang having gotten into a scuffle here that led to some unusual energy fluctuations, I might not have been able to discover anything either. It was a lucky coincidence." "Old Zhang, enough with the suspense. Where's the ancient cave mansion hidden?" Chun Li asked with a mixture of impatience and eagerness. "It's right in front of you," Zhang Shan smiled lightly. "Brother Chun might as well attack this spot at will to see some clues." "Oh." Chun Li raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction Zhang Shan was pointing, but all he could see was a smooth rock wall. Even using his powerful second-order origin returning realm divine sense, he was unable to detect anything out of place. However, since the other party was so confident, he likely wasn't lying. So Chun-Li didn't hesitate and immediately sent out a punch. Saint Chi surged forward as the fist pressure condensed to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. A golden fist shadow flew out of and blasted directly towards the rock wall. Chun-Li's Saint Chi actually had a gold attribute, making its sharpness and might unmatched. Yang Kai raised his brows as he watched while gently nodding. Although he didn't know which great force this Chun-Li came from the density and purity of his Saint Chi, it was apparent this burly man was a fair bit stronger than an average second-order origin realm cultivator. Yi Lin stood to the side with a bright smile, obviously satisfied with her husband's strength and imposing manner. A fantastic scene happened next. Just as the fist shadow was about to hit the rock wall, a series of ripples suddenly appeared in the air. It seemed that there was an invisible layer blocking this region, and when the threatening fist shadow struck it, it just sank into this invisible wall like a stone being thrown into the ocean, creating no noticeable effect before swiftly vanishing. However, in the next moment, the golden fist shadow which had just disappeared strangely reappeared and flew straight back towards Chun-Li. This sudden change caused the burly man to cry out in surprise as he hurriedly dodged. Honk! With a series of booming sounds, the golden fist shadow flew out a few thousand meters as it burst through rocks and trees. This thing can actually reflect attacks? He Wei called out in surprise, his eyes flashing a brilliant light. Yes, this is one of the 5 elements scattering array's strong points, and why this old man had no choice but to search for help to crack it. Jiang Shan gently nodded. Although Chun-Li embarrassed himself slightly just now, he did not become irritated and instead just said, "This spirit array is a bit interesting. Old Jiang, tell me, how do we crack it?" Jiang Shan chuckled. This old man doesn't have any great talent, but he does know how to crack this particular spirit array. As long as everyone works together, it should not be a problem. Hearing what he said, the crowd gathered around quickly. The look on Jiang Shan's face became serious as he began explaining how they needed to cooperate to crack the spirit array. Everyone present was an Origin Realm Master, and although none of them was a top-level expert, they each had some experience with such spirit arrays after cultivating for so many years. After listening to Jiang Shan's remarks, everyone nodded lightly, indicating they understood what needed to be done. Alright, since you now understand the cracking method, we should first restore ourselves to our peak state. No one had any objections and immediately sat down cross-legged to supplement their Saint Chi consumption with some Saint crystals. After about half a day, everyone opened their eyes and exchanged looks filled with expectation. By the way, little friend Yang, do you have pills on you which can quickly replenish your Saint Chi? Jiang Shan asked somewhat anxiously. Although he had vaguely guessed that Yang Kai's background wasn't shallow, this was a matter of great importance, so he didn't dare act carelessly. Old Jiang need not worry, Yang Kai replied lightly. With the massive reserves of Saint Chi stored in his body, Yang Kai did not need to take any kind of pills to restore himself. Even if his Saint Chi was exhausted, he only needed to burst a drop of golden blood, and he would instantly be back at full strength. Throughout Yang Kai's life as a cultivator, he had very rarely run into the problem of Saint Chi exhaustion. Very good. You should all keep some restorative pills where you can easily reach them as well. Although the 5-element scattering array isn't difficult to crack, it has high requirements for the continuous output of Saint Chi. This is an ancient cave mansion, so none of us should underestimate it. We are well aware of such things. Stop wasting time, old Jiang. Let's get started, Chun-Li urged. Good. Take your place and follow the plan this old man laid out, Jiang Shan said seriously before rushing over to a specific spot. The other 4 also rushed to their assigned positions, soon forming a kind of star-shaped pattern with each of them at one of its points, equidistant from one another, as if they had measured the spacing with a ruler. Everyone begin, Jiang Shan yelled as he immediately poured his Saint Chi into the space in front of him. The others didn't lag behind. After seeing Jiang Shan act, all 4 of them also sent their Saint Chi out into the space in front of themselves. In an instant, the 5 energy fluctuations with entirely different attributes appeared, and although these fluctuations weren't too overpowering, they were steady and continuous. Among them, the Saint Chi of Yang Kai was naturally fire attribute. Although the secret art he cultivated was technically Yang attribute, with the improvement of his strength and the transformation of the Saint Chi in his body, his demonic flame could now be transformed into a pure fire attribute strength. Of course, the nature of his demonic flame could freely change between hot and cold, making it difficult to classify or resist. Chun-Li, who had taken action once before, naturally possessed the gold attribute, Yi-Lin possessed the water attribute, Jiang Shan the wood attribute, and He Wei the earth attribute. The 5 elements gathered together, and 5 different colors of Saint Chi poured into the air. Strangely though, this Saint Chi did not dissipate but instead began collecting towards a central position, as if there was some kind of invisible well pulling it in. The 5-element scattering array was both strong and weak. It could rebound all forms of attack and at its peak could even resist the bombardment of an Origin King Realm Master. One needed to make use of all 5 elements to crack it safely. If one wanted to rely on brute force, they would need to be at least a third-order origin king with a powerful artifact or secret technique. However, the 5-element scattering array in front of the group was over 10,000 years old and was no longer in peak condition. Even so, it wasn't something that could be broken by ordinary means. As the group of 5 continued pouring their Saint Chi into the spirit array, they didn't encounter any kind of backlash for a couple reasons. First, they weren't technically attacking the barrier, and second, everyone was observing Xianxia and adjusting their Saint Chi output to match his. If anyone used just slightly more or slightly less, this cracking method wouldn't work since a balance between the 5 elements needed to be maintained. Once this balance was broken, the spirit array would immediately reflect their Saint Chi towards them. Things were somewhat tricky in the beginning, but Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and relaxed after seeing the other 4 adjust their Saint Chi appropriately. This was a collaboration between 5 strangers where if any of them failed to play their role, all of them would be affected, so how could he not feel somewhat anxious? Seeing that things were going smoothly, Xianxia slowly began increasing his output of Saint Chi. The others naturally followed suit, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Time passed slowly, and the surrounding forest was so quiet one could hear a leaf drop. Soon, the Saint Chi flowing from each of the 5 people gradually flooded the central space and began intertwining, mutually reinforcing and restraining one another in a kind of endless cycle. And with the flow of Saint Chi, a hole vaguely began to appear in the originally smooth, mirror-like rock wall. It was the entrance to the ancient cave mansion. 5 pairs of eyes lit up when they saw this scene. However, this entrance was still quite illusory and seemed like it would disappear at any moment. Everyone knew that this was because the spirit array hadn't been broken yet, so they immediately took out restorative pills and stuffed them into their mouths to replenish themselves as they continued to pour their Saint Chi into the space before them. Xianxia was no exception. His current cultivation was just first-order origin returning realm, so to not stand out, he casually took a few pills and pretended to restore himself. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. All 5 were now sweating profusely after having to output their Saint Chi for such a long time continuously. No cultivator can afford to do this even with good pills to supplement their Saint Chi, as there was simply no way for restoration to keep up with their consumption. However, the entrance of the cave mansion had still yet to fully reveal itself. Although it was now much clearer than before, the protective spirit array here was still far from being broken. Realizing this, everyone's expressions became quite difficult. "Everyone, the situation doesn't look promising," Lin exclaimed first. "Boy, you better be able to hold on. If you drop out now, Father here won't let you off." The burly Chun Li turned his head and shouted at Xianxia. He saw Xianxia looking somewhat unsteady and clearly feared that his Saint Chi would not be able to last, causing them to fall short here. "It's not a problem," Xianxia said lightly. Xianxia frowned as he also glanced over at Xianxia with some worry, secretly regretting looking for a first-order origin returning realm like Xianxia. At that time, he had miscalculated the power of this 5-element scattering array and thought that merely gathering 5 appropriately attributed cultivators could crack it. How could he have known it would take so long to break this spirit array though? Even worse, it seemed they would need to keep this up for at least a few more hours. Sustaining this kind of output for such a long time would be difficult even for him, not to mention Xianxia, who was a minor realm weaker than everyone else. Xianxia secretly felt anxious about Xianxia, worrying that he would be unable to last till the moment the spirit array was broken. However, they were all now riding a tiger. 5 people's worth of Saint Chi was now condensed at the center of this spirit array, so once they tried to withdraw, the consequences would likely be unbearable, especially considering this spirit array could reflect attacks. Once such a massive amount of Saint Chi rebounded, all of them were at risk of death. Xianxia immediately began to frown. "You need not worry, although this Yang's cultivation is slightly lower. I don't believe I have less Saint Chi than the rest of you. Just concentrate on yourselves." Seeing everyone on edge as they observed him, how could Xianxia not understand what they were thinking? As such, he immediately offered some reassurances. "Bold words." Chun Li snorted coldly, but soon grinned. "But I appreciate them. If you say so, then good." Xianxia also relaxed before his eyes flashed a determined light and he grit his teeth. Since little brother Yang has so much confidence in himself, this old man will increase his Saint Qi output again. Be sure to keep up. Saying so, he snorted and began pouring out a much larger amount of Saint Qi from his hands, obviously intending to finish this task in one fell swoop. He had incorrectly estimated the sturdiness of this 5-element scattering array before and didn't expect it would take so long to crack. Now, if he wanted to end this troublesome situation as quickly as possible, he had to increase his output of Saint Qi to saturate the spirit array and break it down. Seeing this, everyone naturally didn't object and one after another increased their output of Saint Qi as well. The same was true for Xianxia. In an instant, the 5-element Saint Qi being poured into spirit array increased dramatically, and the rate of convergence at its center became twice as fast as before. Seeing that Xianxia hadn't exaggerated his strength and was able to keep up with everyone's pace, the other four couldn't help putting down their last worries. Xianxia was even more appreciative and gave him a slight nod. However, the pleasant mood didn't last long. Even with the incredible influx of 5-element Saint Qi, the spirit array in front of the group still showed no signs of breaking. Everyone soon became anxious. After a moment, Xianxia suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out a mist of blood from his mouth, his pale face suddenly becoming much ruddier. Clearly, he had used some kind of secret technique to enhance his strength. Wei, Chun-Li, and Yi-Lin also used their own methods, either taking precious pills they had been reluctant to use, or using powerful secret techniques that caused damaging side effects to maintain the output of their Saint Qi. Only Xianxia remained the same. He appeared somewhat pale and unsteady, but the Saint Qi flowing from his body was not weakened as a result. The other four couldn't help but look at him with some admiration. None of them could understand how a mere first-order origin returning realm youth possessed so much Saint Qi. The nervous and uneasy atmosphere gradually spread as everyone began regretting rushing to this place and trusting Xianxia's words. Now, such regrets were not helpful. Seeing that even if he exhausted himself, there might not be enough Saint Qi to crack the spirit array here, Wei's eyes gave off a sharp glint as he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, it seems we cannot crack this 5-element scattering array with our strength. This old man has a family and wife waiting at home, so he will be taking his leave. I wish the rest of you the best of luck." Everyone's face changed drastically. Xianxia even opened his mouth and shouted, "Brother He, what are you thinking? You dare!" Chun-Li also shouted sharply. However, the old man surnamed he turned a deaf ear to their calls and fiercely pushed his Saint Qi as he assumed a retreating posture, clearly intending to escape. If he continued to remain, only death awaited. So instead of lingering, Wei decided to escape promptly and hope he could survive. Of course, he also had to guard against the spirit array's violent rebound after giving up. However, the first person to flee should have more time to escape, while the others would bear the brunt of the rebound as they would need to protect themselves as well. In this group of 5, besides Chun-Li and Yi-Lin who were husband and wife, everyone was a stranger who had only temporarily joined forces to break through the spirit array. There was no friendship between them at all, so how could they care about others' lives more than their own? Even husbands and wives would flee when disaster struck, let alone 5 strangers who barely knew one another. This small alliance was broken the moment the old man surnamed He uttered these words. While the others were shocked, they quickly understood Wei's plan and also began making preparations to escape. But in the next moment, everyone's expression changed dramatically, including Xianxia who had up until this point been hiding his strength. None of them could move. There was some kind of strange force literally holding them in place. Not only that, but the Saint Qi they were pouring out of their bodies into the spirit array continued to do so despite their efforts to stop it. The energy of the 5 elements continued to intertwine, seemingly generating a huge suction force from its rotation that not only fixed everyone in place but also continuously swallowed the power in their bodies. Before now, everyone had taken the initiative to output their Saint Qi, so they hadn't noticed this phenomenon. But now that they were trying to escape, they immediately discovered this frightening reality. What's happening? Wei paled in horror as he struggled violently but was still unable to move, his expression paling as an ominous feeling came over him. "Old Zhang, What's the meaning of this? Chun-Li's temper was the hottest, so when he noticed something had gone wrong, he immediately began accusing Jiang Shan, apparently thinking this old man had lured them into some kind of trap. Not only did Chun-Li think so, even Yang Kai also had such thoughts as he narrowed his eyes towards Jiang Shan, only to see that the old man's face also pale and filled with panic. Clearly, Jiang Shan was also caught off guard by this sudden accident. This old man doesn't know, Jiang Shan declared in a wrong tone. You don't know? Chan-Li obviously did not believe him and continued to roar. You discovered this place, brought all of us here, and provided the method to crack this spirit array. Now that we're in this mess, you dare say you don't know what's happening? Didn't you set up this trap beforehand and wait for us to jump in? Humph. Brother Chen's accusations are unfounded. This old man can barely protect himself right now. What good would setting up a trap like this do me? Although Jiang Shan was mild-tempered, being slandered so by Chun-Li forced out a sharp rebuttal from his lips. I don't care what you say. No matter what, this is all your fault. If you don't find a way out of this for us, even if this Chun dies, he won't let you off. Stop quarreling. Yang Kai shouted firmly. Is there any point in arguing now? I believe old Jiang didn't intend for this to happen. You believe him? Chun-Li sneered. Who knows if you and this old bastard are working together? Yang Kai glanced at him coldly but didn't bother trying to convince him any further. This man was a simple-minded muscle brain, so now that he was trapped and in imminent danger, continuing to quarrel with him would only make the situation worse rather than better. Old Jiang, does the 5-element scattering array have this kind of property? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Jiang Shan. No. Jiang Shan shook his head decisively. The 5-element scattering array is simply a protective spirit array. Apart from its ability to reflect all types of attacks, it doesn't have any independent killing effects. It shouldn't be able to exhibit this kind of behavior unless... Unless what? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Unless this spirit array has been transformed into a different type of spirit array. Jiang Shan secretly guessed and began carefully going over his knowledge of spirit arrays. Since he was able to find the way to crack the 5-element scattering array, obviously he had dabbled in the field of spirit arrays, so even if he was far inferior to Yang Yan, Jiang Shan was still far more knowledgeable than the other four present. After thinking about it for a moment, Jiang Shan's complexion changed again as he called out in alarm. Is this the 5 elements devouring array? 5 elements devouring array? Lin muttered as she asked curiously. It's only one word different from that 5 elements scattering array. Is there anything to worry about? Haha. Jiang Shan gave a wry smile. Although it is only one word different, its power and effects are vastly different. Sister E can also see our current situation. Once the spirit array has been activated, it will not stop until it drains all of the Saint Qi in our bodies as well as our vitality. What? Everyone paled greatly as they fell into shocked silence. This cave mansion's master is truly insidious. Jiang Shan's expression became gloomy as he spat bitterly. He actually used a 5-element scattering array to conceal a 5 elements devouring array. This old man was too careless. What meaning is there in saying all this now? Father doesn't want to die here. Chun-Li roared as he desperately pushed his Saint Qi, trying to free himself from the constraints of the spirit array in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no effect. On the contrary, it only caused him to grow more panicked. Don't struggle recklessly. Once one is trapped by the 5 elements devouring array, it's like falling into a quagmire. The more you struggle, the faster your Saint Qi will be drained. Jiang Shan hurriedly shouted. Then what should we do? Lin's beautiful face went white as she hurriedly tried to calm her husband's rampage. Jiang Shan smiled bitterly but remained speechless. Could it be that we can only wait here to die? He Wei muttered in exasperation. This old man is truly sorry. Jiang Shan wore a look of guilt. He thought he was bringing everyone here to treasure hunt and had even settled on a generous distribution plan for the benefits. But instead, he had put all of them in life-threatening danger. Now, not only could they not escape, they could only sit here waiting to die. There's really no solution at all? Brother Jiang, you know the most about spirit arrays here. Please try to think up a way, the beautiful woman begged. Xianxia didn't even have the heart to meet her eyes, obviously unable to save the situation with his skills. While he had dabbled in spirit arrays, wanting to crack the double-layered spirit arrays in front of him in this situation was something he wasn't capable of doing. Only if his knowledge of spirit arrays was as profound as someone like Yang Yen could he accomplish this seemingly impossible feat. Yang Kai also looked depressed. Although the Saint Chi reserves in his body were enormous, as long as this spirit array remained, he could only remain stranded here with no hope of escape. Yang Kai cultivation of the Tao of space should be useful in this situation though. He just needed to find the right moment to tear space and he may be able to escape. As such, compared to the other four, Yang Kai was relatively calm. However, there was also a significant risk to this option. Once the void crack he tore encountered too strong of an impact, it was very likely to become unstable or even collapse. Moving through an unstable void crack was dangerous even for Yang Kai. This would be his last resort. The 5 people were facing grave danger together, but they had no solution at all. They could only stand on the spot and wait to die. A kind of deep despair shrouded everyone's heart, causing them to become panicked. But a moment later, Hiwei suddenly cried out in surprise, as if something had changed again. Accompanied by his exclaiming, the whirlpool of energy in front of them, which was composed of the intertwining 5 elements energy, suddenly accelerated again, and the entrance to the cave mansion in the rock face became clear, as if it had stabilized and could be entered or exited at will. The 5 elements scattering array seemed to be on the verge of breaking. In this desperate situation, this discovery made everyone excited, but in the next moment, they all cried out in panic. Along with the increased rotational speed of the energy vortex, an incredible suction force also appeared, draining out the remaining strength of the group of 5, as if a dam had burst, entirely beyond their control. At a rate visible to the naked eye, everyone became unsteady, with 1 or 2 of them even turning as pale as paper. Even Yang Kai was not feeling very good at this moment because he felt the Saint Chi in his body rapidly depleting. The amount which had already been drawn out was almost equivalent to the sum total of what a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would possess. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a vast reserve of Saint Chi, so he was not worried about his life. However, the story was different for Xianxia and the other 4. The last remnants of Saint Chi in each of their bodies were rapidly drained away, and now their vitality was being stripped. All 4 of them began to dry up as streams of red noticeably started leaking out of all their orifices, only to be swiftly sucked into the swirling vortex in front of them. Naturally, this red energy was their life force, the basis for their lives. Their bodies shriveled at a terrifying speed and their faces became as dry as tree bark, as if hundreds or thousands of years were passing in the blink of an eye. Even the hair of these 4 turned gray, then white. Silently, in just 10 breaths of time, the 4 second-order origin returning realm masters had been doomed to death, their auras flickering out entirely. At this moment, the 5 elements scattering array seemed to be just about saturated and turned into a mass of energy that struck towards the cave mansion entrance. However, without the assistance of the other 4, Yang Kai alone could not maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Once this balance was broken entirely, all the energy contained within the 5 elements scattering array would surely explode. That combined vitality of the 4 second-order origin returning realms, as well as all their Saint Chi reserves, was something even Yang Kai couldn't guarantee he would survive being hit by. Even if he did not die, he would inevitably suffer severe injuries. Nevertheless, he would most likely die. Was he going to fall short here? Unwillingness flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. The 5 of them had joined forces to hunt for treasures, but now the other 4 had died in front of him. Although all of them had only just met and did not share any kind of friendship, for their endeavor to fail here when they were so close to success would make all of their deaths worthless. Yang Kai did not feel any kind of sympathy for their encounter. Cultivators were all like this, living their lives accompanied by enormous risks, even inexplicably falling, but still he was not willing to just give up here. It was impossible to maintain the balance of the 5 elements on his own though. Was his only option to tear space and try to run away? As this thought flashed across his mind, Yang Kai prepared to condense his space force to tear space, But in the next instant, his eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of something. Immediately suppressing his space force, Yang Kai stuck out his hand and summoned 5 balls of different colored light onto his palm. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a body tempering secret art with extremely high requirements for cultivation. Not only would a cultivator already need a physique far more intrepid than average, they would also need an incredibly powerful divine sense and supreme treasures from all 5 elements. Yang Kai had spent a lot of time and effort to collect 5 supreme treasures of the appropriate elements and had only begun cultivating this secret art. The 5 elements indestructible sword chi in his hand was the result of that cultivation, but because he had only been cultivating it for a short time, his 5 elements indestructible sword chi wasn't powerful enough to be used against powerful enemies yet. However, it may be helpful to his current situation. Sun's true essence, profound in sunflower water, thunder wood, profound gold, divine nullification sand, which one was not a heaven-defying treasure? These were rare items that could not be found elsewhere on Shadowed Star, so the 5 elements indestructible sword chi condensed from them, even if weak in power, would still be quite high in quality. Moreover, this 5-element indestructible sword chi belonged exclusively to Yang Kai, so there was no need to worry about them being balanced properly like when the group of 5 had been using their Saint Chi just now. The 5 elements scattering array in front of Yang Kai was almost broken now, so it should not take much more energy to destroy it. Perhaps his 5 elements indestructible sword chi could act as the last grain of rice to tip the scale. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately waved his hand and transformed the 5 balls of light into 5 different colored short swords that then flew off into the air to the positions where the 5 people had stood just now before quickly merging into the swirling, terrifying mass of energy. After doing all of this, Yang Kai did not hesitate to immediately tear space and dive into the void. A loud noise and huge impact pounded him from behind. The void crack was instantly destroyed, and at the same time, Yang Kai crossed the 50-kilometer distance. Yang Kai was thrown out from the void just 50 kilometers away, his face filled with a look of lingering fear. He had not escaped too far. After all, he had done everything within his power and could only entrust his fate to the heavens, so there was no point in trying to escape any further. A fiery pain filled his back. Although he had run quickly just now, the impact which hit him was still quite intense. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai could tell that his back was bloody and filled with deep wounds. This kind of injury was not light, but fortunately, Yang Kai had an excellent physique and his golden blood had incredible restorative properties, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to recover. Circulating his Saint Chi, Yang Kai staunched the blood flowing away from his wounds before he flew back across the 50-kilometer gap he just crossed. The explosion just now had been quite intense, so if there was anyone nearby, they would highly likely have been alerted and come to investigate. Yang Kai did not want to end up being robbed of his gains at the last moment after investing so much effort. The 50-kilometer distance was crossed by Yang Kai in just a few breaths, and when he returned to his original position, he could not help showing a joyful look. He had succeeded. Although the rock wall and the area in front of it was now a smoldering mess, the bodies of Jiang Shan and the others had disappeared, and random leftover energy fluctuations were rampaging about. A hole leading deeper into the mountain was now visible. The ancient cultivator's cave mansion. Yang Kai did not hesitate to dive into the cave. Of course, he didn't relax his vigilance and was constantly using his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. But this cave mansion didn't seem to have any additional dangers other than the one at its entrance, so Yang Kai was able to move about essentially without hindrance. Soon, a dozen or so stone chambers appeared in front of Yang Kai. Not hesitating at all, Yang Kai directly entered the leftmost stone chamber to explore. After a few breaths, Yang Kai darted out of the stone room and rushed into the second, immediately after which he moved to the third. After inspecting more than a dozen stone chambers, all Yang Kai gained was a few bottles of pills whose content was now nothing but slag. Am I going to end up leaving empty-handed? Yang Kai's mood was somewhat gloomy. If that were the case, then Jiang Shan and the others would have died in vain, and his expectations would be for nothing. This wasn't impossible, after all. Not every ancient cave mansion contained treasure. Sometimes others had gotten to the good things inside first, and sometimes there was nothing good inside to begin with. With only one room left, Yang Kai wrinkled his nose and stepped inside. The next moment, however, his eyes lit up and he instantly rushed over to a stone table with a big grin on his face. There were two things on this stone table. One was an artifact shaped like a short arrow, but Yang Kai could not identify what material it was made of. This arrow also had two pure white jade stones in its shaft, giving it a somewhat unusual appearance. This arrow-shaped artifact didn't emit any kind of strong energy fluctuation, but after Yang Kai picked it up, he couldn't help frowning because he was unable to determine its grade. Logically speaking, since the barrier in front of this ancient cave mansion was so powerful, the cultivation of its owner should not have been low. So why was there such a strange artifact here? Before he could inspect this arrow further, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked towards a particular direction as his expression sank. Although he had assumed the huge explosion just now would attract the attention of nearby cultivators, he had not anticipated someone would arrive so quickly. 200 kilometers away, a cultivator's aura had appeared, and it was now speeding over towards Yang Kai's location. Perceiving this, Yang Kai naturally discarded any thoughts of remaining here, stuffed the short arrow and the jade box which was still on the stone table into his space ring, then hurried away. After about a cup of tea worth of time, a group of 3 people appeared in front of the ancient cave mansion. All 3 of these cultivators were Origin Realm Masters, and from their matching robes, it was clear they belonged to the same sect. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the open cave mansion and immediately rushed inside. However, after checking around, the 3 of them could not help showing looks of disappointment. There were originally only 2 things here, the short arrow and the jade box, so after Yang Kai took those 2 things away, there was nothing for these 3 newcomers to gain. These 3 were obviously unwilling to give up just like that, so they performed a thorough search of the stone chambers, but they ultimately found nothing. By this time, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away. In terms of speed, he was no worse than any Origin Realm Master, especially after summoning his wind and thunder wings, which provided him with a giant boost in this regard. In an out-of-the-way, naturally formed cave, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and released his powerful divine sense across a wide area. After confirming that there was no one else within 1,000 kilometers of his location, he then took out his harvest and prepared to examine it more carefully. Yang Kai had checked the short arrow before, so he was more curious about what was inside the jade box. This jade box was made from a strange material that could block divine sense from penetrating it, so obviously its grade was not low. Yang Kai took it out of his space ring and with a flick of his wrist opened its lid. Vigorous and pure energy suddenly rushed out from the jade box, causing Yang Kai's eyes to brighten. Unconsciously taking a deep breath, he suddenly felt refreshed. Looking inside, Yang Kai found that the jade box contained only 2 hexagonal-shaped pure white, flawless crystals, each one about the size of a fingernail. However, when he used his divine sense to investigate these 2 crystals, he was shocked by the amount of energy they contained. "What is this?" Yang Kai muttered to himself as he gently pinched one of the crystals and brought it up to his eyes to look more carefully. This crystal looked a bit like Saint Crystal, but its grade was clearly far superior. Even the Saint Crystal sources condensed by the stone puppet could not compare to these hexagonal crystals. The 2 were not even on the same level. The energy stored inside this crystal seemed to have gone beyond the scope of Saint Crystals. Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked. He was widely traveled and had encountered a wealth of opportunities over the years, allowing him to see countless treasures. He had even seen several Origin King-grade artifacts, so there weren't many things which could arouse his interest now. However, these 2 fingernail-sized crystals in front of him were one of them. Yang Kai examined the crystals for a long time but was still unable to determine what exactly it was, only that the amount of energy contained within each was incredibly dense, pure, and could be directly absorbed into his body without any unique kind of refinement method, instantly supplementing his Saint Chi. Yang Kai only absorbed a small amount of energy from this crystal for a moment, but that was all it took to completely restore all the Saint Chi he had consumed just now. Despite that, the small crystal did not change in the slightest, as if the energy stored inside it was inexhaustible. Of course, that was impossible, and it was more accurate to say that, compared to how much energy this crystal stored inside itself, The amount Yang Kai absorbed was just a tiny fraction, so any change was negligible. High-rank Saint crystals and even Saint crystal sources were completely dwarfed in every respect by these two crystals. What amazing treasure! Yang Kai grinned and laughed happily. Although he never had to worry about exhausting his Saint Chi reserves or running out of Saint Chi in the midst of battle, these two crystals were still undoubtedly helpful to him. At the very least, there was no longer a need for him to deliberately look for a place with rich world energy during future breakthroughs. As long as he had these two pieces of crystal, Yang Kai could make a breakthrough anywhere without worrying about running short of world energy. However, this kind of treasure was something Yang Kai naturally felt reluctant to use. After all, besides supplementing the world energy aura during a breakthrough, perhaps it had some other, more significant use. After inspecting the two crystals a bit longer, Yang Kai solemnly put them back into the jade box and stored it away carefully. Next, he began a detailed investigation of the short arrow. This short arrow was clearly an artifact, but its shape was a bit peculiar. It was only about as long as a forearm, and it was engraved with the words Feather Spirit, which was obviously the artifact's name. This Feather Spirit arrow had two pieces of flawless white jade inlaid on its shaft. However, this artifact gave off no discernible energy fluctuations. This was very strange. Since it was an artifact, it must have a grade, and as long as it had a grade, it would surely give off some kind of energy fluctuation which would allow people to classify it. However, this Feather Spirit arrow seemed to deviate from this common sense. It looked quite inconspicuous. Yang Kai was unable to notice anything special about it even when scanning it with his divine sense, as if it were just some kind of worthless decorative item. But since this Feather Spirit arrow had been stored together with the two hexagonal crystals that contained massive amounts of pure energy, it naturally could not be something ordinary. It was just that Yang Kai was unable to immediately identify it. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai circulated his Saint Chi and began pouring it into the Feather Spirit arrow slowly. When one was experimenting with the power of a new artifact, this was generally the first step. The Feather Spirit arrow smoothly accepted Yang Kai's Saint Chi, and as he continued this process, the pure white jade inlaid in its shaft slowly began turning black. If one looked closely, they would even notice a trace of fiery red in this black hue, as well as an extremely hot aura. It was similar in color to Yang Kai's demonic flame. Yang Kai brow furrowed, and while paying close attention to the changes of the jade, he began pouring even more Saint Chi into the Feather Spirit arrow. After about an hour, Yang Kai stopped his output of Saint Chi and stared closely at the Feather Spirit arrow. The arrow no longer seemed dead and was instead exuding a shocking energy fluctuation that was in no way inferior to that of an origin-grade high-rank artifact, possibly even somewhat greater. The energy fluctuations of this strange artifact increased as more Saint Chi was infused into it. Moreover, origin-grade high-rank was far from its limit. The limiting factor seemed to be Yang Kai's cultivation. The Saint Chi he poured into it only capable of producing an origin-grade high-rank aura. The amount of Saint Chi he had poured in this arrow over the past hour was also quite astonishing. If it were an ordinary origin-returning realm master, it would have been impossible to replicate this in such a short time. Only Yang Kai, with his massive reserves of Saint Chi, could continuously fill up this arrow without any adverse consequences. Yang Kai estimated that the amount of Saint Chi he had poured into this Feather Spirit arrow was equivalent to an average third-order origin-returning realm master's entire reserve. In other words, if any other origin-returning realm cultivator obtained this Feather Spirit arrow, even if they were a third-order master, they would need to consume all of their strength to fill it. If it were a first- or second-order origin realm cultivator, they would probably need to repeat this filling process multiple times before they could saturate one of the jades inlaid in the arrow shaft. Yang Kai was stunned speechless. Soon, though, he cast his gaze onto the jades inlaid in the Feather Spirit arrow. There were a total of 2 jades in this artifact's shaft which should be able to store Saint Chi. Considering this, Yang Kai continued pouring out his Saint Chi. After another hour, the second jade in the Feather Spirit arrow also reached saturation, confirming Yang Kai's guess. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai's face filled with joy. Although he did not know how powerful this Feather Spirit arrow was, it was undoubtedly an incredible artifact. If it was used well, it could be treated as one of his trump cards. Moreover, even though it had not been refined by him, it could still absorb his saint chi. It could be seen that this feather spirit arrow either had no owner before, or it had been too long and the brand its owner left inside of it had dispersed entirely. Now, all Yang Kai needed to do was take some time to refine it and it would belong to him. Thinking so, Yang Kai did not hesitate. Holding the feather spirit arrow in both hands, he began to pour his divine sense into it, trying to carve his aura and mark into it. The sun sank and the moon rose as time passed by. After half a month, Yang Kai stood up, and with a slight thought, the feather spirit arrow turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. The refining process had gone even more smoothly than expected. Yang Kai did not know if it was because this artifact was from ancient times and was somewhat different from modern artifacts, but it had taken significantly less time than he anticipated to refine it. After he finished this refinement, Yang Kai gained some insight into the power and usage restrictions of this feather spirit arrow. Strictly speaking, this feather spirit arrow's power was enormous. The two strange jades inlaid in its shaft could store a massive amount of Saint Chi and compress it into an imposing attack. When encountering a powerful enemy, one only needed to activate the internal spirit array to release this attack, and even a third-order origin returning realm master would suffer significantly if they were struck by it. This power was immense, but there were naturally drawbacks. Because there were only 2 jades on the feather spirit arrow, even if it were fully charged, it could only be used twice. After 2 uses, the energy inside the jades would be exhausted and you would first need to charge it up if you wanted to use it again. Even with Yang Kai's strength, it took him an hour to fill a single piece of jade. So this feather spirit arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Despite this limitation, this feather spirit arrow was an incredibly powerful artifact, one Yang Kai was quite satisfied with. There was nothing perfect in this world. The power of this feather spirit arrow was scary enough, so how could it possibly be used endlessly? Yang Kai wanted to test the power of the feather spirit arrow, but there was no suitable target here, so he had no choice but to set this matter aside. After walking out of the natural cave, Yang Kai picked a direction at will and flew off. For the next few days, Yang Kai wandered around Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now that he knew that rumors about the existence of ancient secluded homes and cave mansions weren't groundless and he had some gains, he planned to continue treasure hunting. After all, one could never have too many good things. Unfortunately, maybe because there were too many cultivators pouring into this place, even if Yang Kai found something over the next few days, he wasn't able to reap any kind of harvest as others had thoroughly ransacked these secluded homes and cave mansions. Murder and robbery were also common, with sneak attacks and counterattacks happening everywhere Yang Kai went. On this day, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact as usual and poured his divine sense into it. Although treasure hunting in Fallen Emperor Mountain was important, Yang Kai did not forget his original intention, so he would take out this communication artifact and try to contact Qian Tong now and then. However, even until now, Yang Kai had not been able to reach either Qian Tong or Feiji Tuesday. This time, though, things were different. After pouring his divine sense into this communication artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt a different divine sense fluctuation coming from it and hurriedly checked it. A moment later, Yang Kai flew off in a certain direction after putting the artifact away. Somewhere, 10,000 kilometers away, countless origin returning realm masters had gathered and were staring towards a set of palaces and pavilions surrounding a specific mountain up ahead. An ancient sect ruin. Although there were many cultivators enthusiastically searching for secluded homes and cave mansions outside to gain something, the great forces that were well informed had sent most of their masters to this spot. After all, the temptation of an ancient sect ruin was simply too high. Who would not want to enter such a place to search for treasures? At this moment, masters from various great forces had all gathered here in a display of power that was even more imposing than when the Emperor Garden had opened. When the Emperor Garden opened, the number of cultivators who could enter was limited due to the small supply of Emperor Jades. But this time was different. There was no danger in Fallen Emperor Mountain and anyone could penetrate its depths. So as long as a cultivator received word of this event, they had hurried over to join the fun. And so, they gathered around this ancient sect ruins, a gathering that consisted far more than just those from the great forces. Many cultivators from small families and sects were also here, hoping to drink some soup after the masters harvested the meat. but none of them dared get too close for fear they would be attacked or even killed. After all, they weren't qualified to stand on equal footing with the masters from the great forces. At this moment, at least a few hundred origin returning realm masters from various great forces were bombarding the sect defending array in front of themselves. Different secret techniques and artifact attacks released brilliant flashes of light as they tore through the air and impacted the invisible barrier, creating numerous ripples across its surfaces. However, the sect defending array that protected this ancient sect ruin was extremely powerful, so even after almost 20 days of continuous bombardment, it was still barring everyone's path, preventing them from intruding. However, the Shadowed Star Master's efforts weren't in vain. After such a long period of time, the sect defending array had clearly become less stable, and it was clear it wouldn't be long before it broke. While most people were focused on attacking the spirit array, there were also some masters who had formed teams to expel others who had heard the news and come to try their luck. These teams were composed of cultivators from different sects in order to guarantee that the interests of their respective forces were maintained. These masters forbid anyone not associated with them from approaching and trying to fish in troubled waters. After all, they had expended a great deal of time and energy breaking the protective barrier and weren't about to allow others to just pick up a bargain at the last moment. If anyone didn't understand discretion, they would be killed without mercy. Many who didn't know the whole story had died tragically at the hands of these people. Others who came later learned from these unfortunate souls' mistakes, as well as their broken corpses, and took the initiative to remain on the periphery, not daring to rush forward. Although these ancient sect ruins were very tempting, one first needed their life in order to reap any gains. Those who didn't have powerful backgrounds could only wait 10 kilometers away and look on anxiously. Envy was inevitable, and all these cultivators naturally wanted to participate in this grand event. But unfortunately, their respective sex statuses weren't high, nor were their personal strengths, so they could only stand back and grumble amongst themselves. Tisk. Seems like this is a truly grand occasion. Nearly all of Shadowed Star's great sects and masters have arrived. A burly, bald man shook his head as he stood among the crowd of onlookers. Although he was offering words of admiration, everyone was able to hear the disgruntled tone in his voice. Countryside hick. Hearing what this man said, another old man in plain robes who was standing not far away snorted coldly. Do you think Shadowed Star only has this many masters? Those big sects have all sent out less than half of their true powerhouses, and news about this place is still spreading, so there are obviously others still on their way here. Old dog, are you trying to pick a fight? Father here was just speaking his mind. Why don't you just mind your own damn business? The burly bald-headed man snapped back harshly. He had truly just been venting, but now that he was being openly refuted, he couldn't help becoming somewhat angry. The old man in plain robes just glanced at the burly man faintly and sneered, not showing any interest in arguing with him. Seeing this contemptuous look made the burly bald-headed man even angrier, and with a fierce look upon his face, he was just about to attack the old man when suddenly, a flash of light crossed his eyes and a young man strangely appeared in front of him. This young man had a stalwart look to him and wore a light blue outfit, giving him a competent air. The burly bald-headed man was taken aback for a moment, but after staring at this young for a moment, doubt flashed across his eyes as he vaguely felt that this young man was familiar, but he was unable to remember where he had seen him before immediately. There are so many people here. The young man looked around and muttered in a somewhat surprised tone. The burly bald-headed man casually answered, Of course there are lots of people here. They're all expecting to go in and find something good. Where is this friend from? When the young man heard this question, he turned his head, smiled, and said, I came from the outside region. I just heard news about this place and decided to come check it out. I'll be going on ahead. Saying so, he flew up and rushed forward. Little friend, wait. The old man in plain robes who had been bickering with the burly bald-headed man called out hurriedly, trying to block this youth. But he was too late, as the other party was already 1,000 meters away, moving at an astonishing speed. That boy is doomed. The old man shook his head slightly with a look of regret. He saw that this young man was truly young and his cultivation wasn't weak, but since he dared rush towards the sect-defending array, he would certainly be killed on the spot. Not necessarily, he might be able to join that crowd. The burly bald-headed man's eyes lit up as he finally remembered where he had seen that youth before. A while ago, someone caused a huge uproar in Heavenly Fate City, and at that time, this burly bald-headed man just happened to be staying there. As such, he had seen the young man who was the root of all the ruckus and later learned that the youth was actually Xianxia, the master of Dragon Cave Mountain. After that incident, not only had Xianxia not suffered in any way, he still roamed about freely without the slightest of worries. Today, Xianxia was already High Heaven Sect Master, the enigmatic character who had conquered the flowing flame sand field. What do you mean? The old man looked over suspiciously at the burly bald-headed man. There are many who want to try to enter and fish in troubled waters, but everyone who dared do so died, and their fresh corpses are still strewn all over the place. Why do you think that boy can pass safely? Heh, just watch. If he can pass, old man, you must apologize to father here. The burly bald-headed man declared confidently. And if he's killed? The old man narrowed his eyes. Father here will kneel down and lick your shoes. The burly bald-headed man shouted loudly. When he said this, everyone nearby directed an interested look towards him. Even the old man couldn't help doing a double-take. These stakes were really quite amazing. As the saying goes, a person's face was like the bark of a tree. Losing it was more serious than simply being killed. So why was this burly man so confident? Fine. This old master will take that bet. The old man was also a decisive character and agreed after just a moment of hesitation. He didn't believe that the great forces that were attacking the sect defending Array all this time would be willing to let some random young man strut in and join them. For a time, all the cultivators around focused their attention on Xianxia, wondering whether he would be able to pass the blockade of the great forces masters safely. Xianxia also quickly discovered that something was wrong. Although he contacted Qian Tong through his communication artifact and knew the general situation here, he hadn't expected it to be so complicated. Not long after he started his approach, a group of 7 or 8 Origin Realm Masters flew out from around the sect defending Array towards him, all of them wearing different robes, indicating they did not belong to a single great force. There were 3 uniforms, however, that Xianxia recognized: Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Floating Mist Palace. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, needless to say, were the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, while Floating Mist Palace was also a first-class sect, at least on par with Shadow Moon Hall and Colored Glass Sect. Although Xianxia couldn't tell where the others came from just by their uniforms, each of the approaching masters was at least a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. These people stopped about 1,000 meters away and stared towards Xianxia indifferently. Immediately, one of the old men in a gray robe stepped forward without saying a word, pointed his finger, summoned a fiery red long sword, and shot it towards Xianxia. The speed of this sword was quite extraordinary. Xianxia's complexion changed as he felt the murderous intent coming from his opponent's move, and immediately summoned his purple shield to protect himself. Honk! The sword collided with the purple shield and a violent energy wave burst forth. Flaming light completely engulfed Xianxia in the next instant, causing him to disappear from sight. The gray-robed old man sneered, waved his hand and summoned the fiery red sword back to himself before casting an indifferent look towards the spot where Xianxia once stood. He thought that Xianxia was dead. After all, from what he could tell, Xianxia was just a first-order origin returning realm boy and could not possibly block his blow. But soon, the old man frowned before letting out a surprised mutter. Ahead of him, after the light faded, Xianxia's figure appeared again, his purple shield still blocking his front, seemingly not having suffered any injuries. His face, however, was icy. As soon as he arrived here, he was attacked by a stranger, and it was an attack that contained clear murderous intent. So Xianxia's mood wasn't good. "What is your excellency doing?" Xianxia glared towards the gray-clothed old man coldly. "What is this old master doing?" The gray-clothed old man snorted. "All trespassers are to be killed without mercy. What else do you think I'm doing?" Xianxia frowned as he glanced around at the broken corpses down below, vaguely figuring out the situation. After the gray-clothed old man failed to achieve anything with his first blow, He felt he had lost a lot of face and was just about to attack again when suddenly a loud shout rang out from behind. "Wait!" Hearing this call, the gray-clothed old man didn't make any follow-up movements and instead put on a flattering look and turned around to face the white-haired old man who just spoke. "What advice does Brother Liang have?" The other party didn't answer immediately but instead stared at Xianxia with interest, a slight grin soon appearing on his face as he asked loudly, "Dare I ask? Is little brother High Heaven Sect Master Xianxia?" Xianxia shifted his gaze to this old man and nodded. "Yeah, I am Xianxia. What? This boy is High Heaven Sect Master." The gray-clothed old man who attacked Xianxia just now called out in alarm. Instantly, he regretted his hasty actions just now. Regardless of what Xianxia's personal cultivation was, the High Heaven Sect he controlled today could not be underestimated by anyone. Forget about the fact that High Heaven Sect possessed an extraordinarily powerful Origin King-grade starship. It was even rumored that Xianxia's combat power was astonishing. The gray-clothed old man couldn't help feeling a chill up his spine just thinking about this. It was rumored that when he was just a third-order Saint King, Xianxia had killed numerous Origin-returning realm masters, and now that he had also reached the Origin-returning realm, his strength likely was not inferior to any third-order Origin realm master. This old man was just a second-order Origin realm master, so if he were to really engage in a fight here, it was likely he would be the one to fall. The gray-clothed old man was naturally frightened and could not help shivering slightly as he secretly thanked Elder Liang for stopping him in time. Otherwise, he might have made a tragic mistake. What's more, almost every great force on Shadowed Star was actively trying to befriend High Heaven Sect. Unfortunately, there was no easy way to contact this reclusive sect. The gray-clothed old man's sect also had such intentions, but now that he had suddenly attacked Xianxia with intent to kill, it was inevitable that the other party's opinion of him would be terrible. Considering all this, the gray-clothed old man became extremely anxious. "It really is Sect Master Yang." The old man smiled lightly before cupping his fists and saying, "Please excuse this one's lack of courtesy. I am Heaven Battling Union's third elder Liang Yong." Heaven Battling Union. Xianxia frowned. Although he didn't have a good impression of this great force and even had some friction with it, since the other party had displayed proper etiquette, Xianxia reciprocated in kind. "Xianxia greets Elder Liang. Perfect." The smile on Liang Yong's face became more and more kind, but Xianxia always felt that this smile was somehow strange. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell why. Before he could figure anything out, Liang Yong pointed to someone next to him and spoke. "This is Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master C2 Hong. Sect Master Yang must have heard of him." "I have indeed." Xianxia nodded lightly. C2 Hong and Liang Yong's names were indeed among those he had heard of, as they were both third-order Origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star as well as famous figures in their own right. However, today was the first time he had seen either of them in person. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had a number of grievances between them. Although they weren't as incompatible as fire and water, they were by no means friendly with one another. So how had they suddenly decided to join forces? Xianxia felt the situation was somewhat strange, but when he looked over at the sect defending array, he quickly understood. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. This scene was the best illustration of this saying. "Please excuse us, Sect Master Yang. It's not that we intentionally wanted to intercept you, but I'm sure you can see what the current situation is. Several dozen of Shadowed Star's great forces have joined forces to break through this sect defending array in order to explore the ruins inside. So our guard around the periphery must be somewhat tight, so no one can trespass without permission. I ask Sect Master Yang to forgive Brother Yu for his earlier disrespect. Brother Yu was simply following orders." Liang Yong spoke again, explaining the situation with the man who had just attacked Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. I haven't suffered any harm, so we can just consider this matter finished." Liang Yong laughed loudly. "Sect Master Yang is indeed magnanimous. This Liang offers his sincere thanks." The old man surnamed Yu also hurriedly apologized. "Elder Liang, is no one allowed to enter here now?" Xianxia asked uncomfortably. After all, Fallen Emperor Mountain was originally an ownerless stretch of land, so the ancient sect ruins inside should also be accessible to everyone. now that the great forces had designated it as their private territory and were killing all trespassers without mercy. Of course, Xianxia would feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, since several dozen great forces had joined forces here, Xianxia couldn't raise any objections that would violate public anger. Yes, we here had reached such an agreement since half a month ago. Liang Yong gently nodded. The 7 of us here were sent to enforce this order. So that's how it is? Xianxia nodded, expressing his understanding. Suddenly, however, Liang Yong smiled lightly and said, "But it's not that no one is allowed to enter. As long as they can obtain the permission of the 7 gathered here, anyone is eligible to participate in this grand event." "Oh? So how should I go about obtaining your permission?" Xianxia raised his brow. That might be a bit difficult." Liang Yong put on an awkward look as he rubbed his temples and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that the sect defending array is about to be broken, and anyone who wants to participate in this event must first pay the appropriate price. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unfair to the others here who had been contributing all this time?" There was some truth to this statement. There were hundreds of Origin returning realm masters who had been bombarding the sect defending array for half a month now and were extremely eager to enter inside to look around. So close to success, how could they just allow an outsider who didn't provide any assistance during this process to reap the same benefits? If someone tried to do this, there would be plenty of others who would disagree. What kind of price? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. Elder Liang might as well name a price. "I'll see if I can bear it." Liang Yong just laughed though. Sect Master Yang need not act so estranged. If someone else had come, we would definitely have them pay a high price, but since Sect Master Yang is High Heaven Sect's Sect Master, then there's no need for such trifles. High Heaven Sect is also considered a great force famous across Shadowed Star, so it too is eligible to participate in this event. What's more, Sect Master Yang came here alone, so it's not a problem for this old master to bend the rules and allow Sect Master Yang to go in. Xianxia wore a look of surprise as he tilted his head and asked, "Won't doing this cause things to be awkward for Elder Liang?" Xianxia was somewhat at a loss. He didn't understand why the other party was acting so accommodating. Xianxia didn't have any friendship with Heaven Battling Union, and in fact had a number of grievances with them, so there was no reason for Liang Yong to give him any face. Liang Yong chuckled and said, "This old master can't say the final word here. This is simply my own opinion. Whether or not Sect Master Yang may pass will depend on what everyone else has to say." Saying so, Liang Yong turned his gaze to the other 6 masters beside him. For a moment, these Origin returning realm masters exchanged awkward glances with one another, but it wasn't long before Vice Sect Master C2 Hong of Thunder Typhoon Sect spoke up while nodding his head. "If it is just Sect Master Yang, this old master has no problem allowing him to pass." Since the representatives of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect agreed, what else could anyone say? They were originally here following Liang Yong and C2 Hong's lead, so everyone else immediately nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, this Yang must offer his thanks. Xianxia cupped his fists before swiftly flying past this group of 7 towards the sect defending array. "Sect Master Yang, since you've come, please assist us in breaking through this barrier. The sooner we break through it, the sooner we can reap the benefits it is protecting." Liang Yong shouted from behind, but Xianxia was already a few thousand meters away, so there was no way to know if he heard him or not. After this shout, Liang Yong turned to look at C2 Hong and flashed a knowing grin. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. They had obtained news a while ago that Xianxia had headed to Heavenly Fate City, but after tracking him all the way there, they found that he had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Later, after hearing about the change in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the masters of the 2 great forces also gathered here. Just as they were worried about being unable to find Xianxia's trail, he had actually delivered himself to them. There was now no path to heaven or road to hell for this boy. Since he had come to court death, he couldn't blame others for obliging. However, this was not a place where they could take action. There were too many people here, and Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to take into account their face and reputation, so for now, the best option would be to let this little brat in first. As long as this boy entered these ancient sect ruins, They could lead him to a secluded place and deal with him quietly. Even if Yang Kai didn't have intentions of joining them, Liang Yong would have taken the initiative to invite him in. Si Tu Hong had the same objective, so he didn't raise any objections, simply finding an excuse to allow Yang Kai to pass safely. On the other hand, Yang Kai understood that nothing in life came without paying an appropriate price. He didn't know what kind of scheme Liang Yong and the others were up to, but with full confidence in his skills, Yang Kai didn't care. In an instant, he had arrived in front of the sect defending array and quickly flew over to a certain position. In the direction he flew, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were using their artifacts to bombard the sect defending array, the light curtain in front of them rippling noticeably each time they attacked. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei. Yang Kai landed and called out. The two couldn't help turning their heads upon hearing someone call out to them, and when they saw Yang Kai, Qian Tong couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai, did you also catch wind of this and come to investigate? And by coincidence, I went to Heavenly Fate City to find you but didn't expect either of you to be there. To find us? For what? A small matter, nothing too important. We can discuss it after we finish up the matter at hand. Yang Kai laughed. Sure. However, why did those people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect let you in? It's a bit strange. Anyone who dared try to approach until now was killed. I don't know. Yang Kai shrugged. Since you're here, you should help out. This sect defending array is quite amazing. Many times stronger than your Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, at least, Fei Zhitu interrupted. The three of them no longer spoke and instead turned their focus to attacking the barrier in front of them. The artifact used by Fei Zhitu was the blue jade bowl he relied upon the most. He had caused it to expand to a few dozen meters in diameter and release a hail of blue light beams towards the spirit array, causing quite the effect. Qian Tong, on the other hand, used a short sword-like artifact. After pouring his Saint Qi into the blade, a dragon roar sounded from it, and it transformed into a several dozen meter long green dragon that used its tail and claws to batter the spirit array loudly. Yang Kai observed from the side with some admiration. Whether it was Fei Zhitu or Qian Tong, both were worthy of their status as famous masters of Shadowed Star. Both of their Saint Qis were pure and powerful. In fact, judging just from the quality of their Saint Qi alone, both of them should have the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm. However, if one wanted to break through to the Origin King realm, they first needed to condense their Shi to the Grand Accomplishment stage. This requirement was enough to cause 99% of Origin returning realm masters to fall short. Yang Kai didn't know whether Fei Zhitu and Qian Tong had such achievements with their Shi. Yang Kai had no intention to just observe though and soon raised his hand to send out more than a dozen golden threads. He currently only had two offensive artifacts. One was the Verdant Dragon Bone Sword and the other was the Feather Spirit Arrow he obtained half a month ago and hadn't yet had a chance to test out. However, neither of these two artifacts could be used casually. The Dragon Bone Sword, needless to say, had the remnant soul wisp of a true dragon and was extraordinarily eye-catching to use. The Feather Spirit Arrow, on the other hand, was something of a consumable artifact and could only launch 2 attacks before needing to be recharged with Saint Qi, not a suitable artifact to use for this task. As such, Yang Kai could only resort to using his Golden Blood Thread secret technique. Fortunately, as he was traveling the past few months, Yang Kai had been studying the second half of the Golden Blood Thread secret technique and was now eager to try out its power. The sect defending array in front of him happened to provide a good practice target. The dozen or so golden threads each released a dazzling golden radiance as well as a shocking vital aura. As soon as Yang Kai released these golden threads, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu raised their brows and slowed down their movements to observe. Old Fei, why do I feel like Yang Kai's move is somewhat similar to Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, the Demon Blood Thread? Qian Tong asked suspiciously. He had dealt with several elders of Demon Blood Temple over the years and understood the strange and mighty power of the Demon Blood Thread's secret technique, so it was only natural for him to see some clues from Yang Kai's golden blood threads. It's more than similar, it's like the two techniques are carved from the same mold. Fei Zhitu was also shocked. But their former temple master spent her entire life to cultivate 2 demon blood threads, while the other elders like Xianxia only have one. The number Yang Kai has is a bit too high, isn't it? More than a dozen. What kind of concept was this? Although Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu had not cultivated the demon blood thread, they also knew about its requirements. They knew it was based on condensing one's vital essence into a type of hybrid artifact and secret technique. As such, even if those from Demon Blood Temple were quite strong, they couldn't cultivate many of these demon blood threads. Demon Blood Temple's temple master cultivated her demon blood threads by using a vicious secret technique that gathered yang to supplement yin, essentially harvesting the vital essence of strong men on a large scale. Still, even she was only able to produce 2 demon blood threads. How much vital essence would Yang Kai need to condense a dozen then? And looking at his complexion, there were obviously no signs that his vitality was deficient. Instead, it seemed to be stronger than most. This was a strange situation. Could it be it wasn't the demon blood thread secret technique and simply looked like it? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu couldn't figure out no matter how they thought about it. The two of them also didn't know that a dozen golden blood threads wasn't Yang Kai's limit. In fact, Yang Kai had already condensed several dozen golden blood threads in his body, each of which was transformed from a drop of pure golden blood. With the pure life revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai no longer needed to worry about having a shortage of pure golden blood, so he spared no effort to condense new golden blood threads. After the dozen or so golden blood threads appeared, they did not immediately attack the sect defending array. Instead, they began twisting and intertwining, as if they had their own spirituality, gradually combining into a single strand that after trembling slightly transformed into a 5-meter-long golden spear. Golden light radiated from the spear together with an astonishing pressure before it suddenly struck towards the sect defending array. Honk! There was a loud noise as the tip of the golden spear hit the sect defending array. The light curtain suddenly reacted like a thick bubble filled with air, sinking deeply, causing the eyes of Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu to bulge in shock as they watched from the sideline. The two of them had been participating in attacking the sect defending array here for half a month, so they were very familiar with the sturdiness of this barrier. Seeing how it reacted to Yang Kai's golden spear, they were able to infer just how powerful this attack was. Such power was enough to cause even them to shiver. However, the sect defending array was also mighty, and no matter how Yang Kai thrust his golden spear, he still couldn't break it open. Instead, after deflating to a certain extent, the light curtain violently rebounded, not only restoring its original form but also sending the golden spear condensed from a dozen golden blood threads hurtling backwards. Yang Kai's expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well though as he used his divine sense to manipulate the spear. Breaking the spear down into its original golden blood threads, Yang Kai wove them together again in a different configuration to create a golden axe. This axe descended from the sky towards the barrier again in the next moment, carrying with it a heaven-destroying power. Manipulating the golden blood threads to undergo such transformations was the essence of what was recorded in the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai quickly became excited and forgot about his surroundings completely, immersing himself completely in controlling his golden blood threads, transforming them into various forms as he tested each one's might with the sect defending array again and again. This kind of golden blood thread manipulation could not be fully displayed with just 2 threads. Only when a cultivator condensed a certain number of them would they be able to bring out this technique's full might. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of cultivation the senior who created the demon blood thread secret technique possessed, but ever since Shadowed Star's world principles began acting as shackles, no one from Demon Blood Temple had truly been capable of properly displaying it. Even the glamorous temple master had barely been able to cultivate 2 demon blood threads over the course of her entire life. So how could she display such magical transformations? However, it wasn't like she was completely incapable of using this technique. At least on the ice road, Yang Kai had seen her transform her 2 demon blood threads into blood snakes that resembled living creatures. This was one of the other transformations described in the demon blood thread secret technique, and although Yang Kai knew how to cultivate it, he currently didn't meet the requirements for it. That was because this transformation required the soul and monster core of a powerful monster beast to complete. Yang Kai was currently focusing on transforming his golden blood threads into different kinds of weapons. At first, Yang Kai wasn't very proficient in using this technique, but as time passed, and he continued displaying various transformations, he became more and more skilled at manipulating his golden blood threads. Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were also amazed as they watched from nearby, neither of them going to disturb Yang Kai rashly, as they could tell from his expression that he was immersed in his own practice and comprehension of this secret technique. This was a good thing, so how could they interfere? The sect-defending array of the ancient sect ruins in Fallen Emperor Mountain was bombarded by hundreds of origin-returning realm masters for half a month and was already beginning to falter, so 2 days after Yang Kai joined, it was teetering on the brink of collapsing. A light cracking sound suddenly rang out, and though it was faint, every cultivator in the vicinity clearly heard it. Turning in the direction of the source of the sound, everyone saw a tiny crack appear on the sect-defending array's light curtain. In an instant, everyone became excited and filled with joy. Although it was only a small crack, one that was nearly negligible, it showed that the sect-defending array here had reached its limit, and as long as they tried for just a while longer, they should be able to break it open. Without any orders from anyone, after a moment of silence, everyone attacked the light curtain even more forcefully. Soon, cracking sounds rang out from various places. Like sparks setting a dry prairie field on fire, innumerable spiderweb-like cracks began propagating across the entire sect-defending array, centered on the cracks that first appeared. A violent pressure slowly spread out from a certain location, causing all of the attacking masters to turn their heads and stare in that direction. What they saw was a cultivator wearing blue robes slowly rising up into the sky, like an ancient god ascending from the earth, releasing an unparalleled might as he held his hands up high, lifting up a dazzling ball of light like the sun that gave off energy fluctuations which caused everyone to pale. For a time, the blue-robed cultivator became the focus of everyone's attention. Chu Zheng's Great Sun Radiant Seal really lives up to its reputation. Fei Zhitu looked over and muttered, a tinge of fear lacing his voice. That's Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zheng? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Qian Tong was gently nodded as a touch of dread flashed across his face. He's one of Shadowed Star's top masters. Although this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator like him, if we were to really fight, I'd estimate my odds of winning are less than 20%. Cultivators in the same realm could have wide gaps in strength which were often the result of the differences in their secret arts, secret techniques, and artifacts they mastered. So even if they were both third-order origin returning realm masters, Qian Tong didn't dare say he was on par with Chu Zheng. Yang Kai was an extreme example of this, as although he was just a first-order origin realm cultivator, no ordinary cultivator in his realm could put up any kind of resistance against him. As they spoke, Chu Zheng had already flown to a height of several thousand meters, his expression extremely solemn as he gently threw the ball of light in his hand downward. As if it had no weight, the ball of light began to slowly descend towards the ground. So slow? Yang Kai frowned. If this was really the so-called Great Sun Radiant Seal's power, its reputation wasn't justified. After all, with such a slow speed, how could it cause any threat? Would any opponent simply stand there waiting to be hit? However, since both Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu were extremely wary of this secret technique, things must be different from what Yang Kai was imagining. Thinking so, Yang Kai watched more intently. A moment later, an abnormal change occurred. The Great Sun Radiant Seal, which had been falling slowly, suddenly disappeared from everyone's vision, and when it reappeared, it was already on top of the defending array. It seemed to have crossed a few thousand meters in an instant. Yang Kai paled as he exclaimed, "The power of space?" But soon, he shook his head and denied his suspicion. If this secret technique really made use of space, he would have felt some residual fluctuations. After all, in terms of his attainments in the Tao of space, Yang Kai didn't feel he was inferior to anyone. Even Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng, who was also proficient in the Tao of space, could not compare to him. Rather than using the power of space, this Great Sun Radiant Seal was simply too fast, its previous slowness a mere illusion. Possessing both power and speed, this secret technique mastered by Chu Zheng was truly really extraordinary. If Yang Kai were to take such a blow head-on, even if he didn't die, he would certainly be grievously wounded. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as the great sun radiant seal made contact with the light curtain before exploding silently. The energy contained within this light ball bursting out in a brilliant explosion so bright that everyone nearby had to shield their eyes. Although there was no sound, the energy fluctuations that erupted at this time were extremely terrifying. A wave of wind and world energy centered on the point of contact spread out, uprooting trees and sending rocks flying together with numerous unlucky cultivators. Even some of the weaker cultivators who were simply observing from 10 kilometers away were blown away by this explosion. As if lightning had struck, a violent, crackly sound resounded before the world fell silent again. When the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes again, they found that the sect defending Array's light curtain had disappeared and the mountains and forest hidden within were exposed along with the ancient sect ruins. Chu Zhang stood mid-air with an expression of pride on his face. Although the sect defending Array was broken thanks to the contributions of everyone present, in the end, he was the one to deliver the final blow, allowing him to enjoy the looks of adoration and worship from the crowd. From all directions, countless words of flattery, praising Chu Zheng's incredible might and unparalleled strength rang out. Good, good. Now that this array has been broken, it's time to go in and take a look. Everyone, this old master will be going on ahead. Chu Zhang cupped his fists quickly before immediately flying forward, many of the heaven-battling Union masters naturally following closely behind. Immediately, Thunder Typhoon Sect's group also rushed in. After the masters from the two giants left, the numerous Origin returning realm masters who were present also rushed inside, each of them flying off in a different direction towards the depths of this ancient sect ruin, all of them hoping to reap some valuable gains. They had worked hard here for the past half a month, so now was the time to collect their reward. No one wanted to fall behind. Yang Kai, Fei Zhitu, and Chen Tong were also among this crowd, their divine senses sweeping their surroundings for a moment before Chen Tong pointed in one direction and said, "That way." This ancient sect ruins was located inside Fallen Emperor mountain range and covered a vast area. Yang Kai estimated that this sect was not inferior to High Heaven sect in size, and the aura inside its territory was also vibrant. Even if it was not quite as good as the current High Heaven sect, it wasn't far off. Many great forces would likely struggle over this place in the future. With such a good environment, those great forces would certainly not surrender it easily. If any power could claim this land as their headquarters, the benefits it brought to the future development of their force were immense. Yang Kai already had High Heaven sect, so he wasn't concerned about this issue, but Chen Tong and Fei Zhitu were both filled with enthusiasm and had considered this idea. Although Shadow Moon Hall's headquarters was situated on an excellent piece of land, it was incredibly inferior to this place. Shadow Moon Hall was also only a few days away, so if they could move their sect here, their disciples would be able to grow faster. Even if they did not move their main headquarters to this location, it was entirely feasible to turn this place into a sub-headquarters. As such, Chen Tong and Fei Zhitu were both excited, but thinking about the hardships and hindrances that would likely occur because of this place's discovery, their enthusiasm died down significantly. Such a cultivation paradise would not be ignored by Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, so in all likelihood, Shadow Moon Hall would not have any chance to lay claim to it. The trio traveled deeper into the interior of this ancient sect ruin and saw many grand palaces and pavilions which, despite being left idle for over 10,000 years, were still in almost pristine condition. In their field of vision, many cultivators were already searching through these palaces, coming in and out, obviously exploring. Yang Kai, Chen Tong, and Fei Zhitu exchanged a glance before immediately dispersing, each of them traveling to a different region to explore independently. In the current situation, it was naturally more efficient to split up and search. Although the risk would increase a little, the three were not timid by any means, so how could they act so restrained? There was not even a need for discussion before they made this decision. After a while, Yang Kai walked out of a palace with a calm expression. He had not gained anything. Although the palace was well preserved, there was nothing of value inside. This was also normal, and Yang Kai had expected it. When he and the others were exploring High Heaven Sect for the first time, they had also not found much treasure left behind, so now Yang Kai was mentally prepared for this experience. The cultivators who belonged to this ancient sect may have taken away all their prized possessions before disaster befell them. So finding anything of worth remaining here was really a matter of luck. Without pausing, Xianxia quickly entered another palace. At the same time, somewhere inside the ancient sect ruins, a group of origin-returning realm masters gathered together led by a man in green robes and a man in blue robes. These two people were naturally Heaven-Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zhang and Thunder Typhoon Sect's Sect Master Fang Peng. At this moment, Chu Zhang held a communication artifact in his hand and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, he raised his head and said, "That little brat is 10 kilometers west of here. Brother Fang, should we act now?" Fang Peng pondered for a moment before asking, "Are Qian Tong and Fei Ji too with him?" "It seems they separated," Chu Zhang replied. "But it doesn't matter even if they are together. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too wouldn't even be able to block us for a moment. Even if that's true, those two belong to Shadow Moon Hall. If we really did something to them, Shadow Moon Hall would—" Fang Peng seemed a little hesitant. "What thing is Shadow Moon Hall?" "Star Emperor Mountain is intervening in this matter personally. If Qian Tong and Fei Ji too know what's good for them, they would gladly back down. And if they don't, Shadowed Star won't mind another sect disappearing." "Fair enough," Fang Peng sneered, feeling that he was a bit too cautious. "Father, since that kid has such a good relationship with Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, shouldn't we capture them so we can force him to act cautiously, lest innocents are hurt?" From the crowd, a brave and heroic-looking young man with piercing eyes proposed. This young man was holding a folding fan and had his hair tied up with golden threads which emphasized his white skin, giving him a free and unrestrained appearance. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely recognize this young man as Heaven-Battling Union's young Union Master Chu Changfeng, a famous rising star on Shadowed Star. Xianxia had a bad impression of Heaven-Battling Union, and the primary reason for this was Chu Changfeng. This young man's playboy style was quite repugnant, and he had even tried to kill Xianxia inside the flowing flame sand field once. Xianxia naturally would not have a good impression of him. "Oh," Chu Zhang raised his brow. "Why should we try to capture Qian Tong and Fei Ji too? Those two old dogs are third-order origin realm cultivators, 2 minor realms higher than that little brat. Wouldn't targeting them be more trouble than simply targeting him?" Fang Peng and others also turned to look at Chu Changfeng, somewhat puzzled by his proposal. Chu Changfeng just chuckled though as he snapped his folding fan open and fanned himself lightly. "Although that might be the case, as far as I know, that boy seems to be able to use Space Force. We may have a lot of manpower with us, but if we can't thoroughly block him from fleeing, he may still be able to escape." "That little brat uses Space Force? Where did he learn that from?" Chu Zhang and Fang Peng both looked surprised. "I accidentally heard Great Elder speak of it." "Father might as well ask Great Elder about this. He should know more than I." Chu Changfeng didn't explain much and instead turned his eyes towards an old man among the crowd, Heaven-Battling Union's Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng. Suddenly becoming the focus of attention, Mo Xiaosheng stepped forward and said with a solemn expression, "Exactly. It is as the young Union Master said, that Xianxia does indeed have some attainment in the Tao of Space. This elder witnessed him use it during the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain that day. Others may not have been able to notice, but the truth couldn't be hidden from this elder's eyes as he also cultivates Space Force." "He actually cultivates Space Force?" Chu Zhang frowned as he asked with surprise. As the master of Heaven-Battling Union, Chu Zhang understood how difficult it was for someone to comprehend the Tao of Space. This had nothing to do with cultivation aptitude. The Tao of Space was an esoteric field that was extremely difficult even to begin comprehending and even harder to cultivate afterwards. Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng wouldn't have even been able to touch upon this field if he had not had a fortuitous encounter many years ago, but even after all this time, his accomplishments in the Tao of Space were still extremely shallow with no way to seemingly go any further as well. "Great Elder, in your opinion, what kind of mastery does that little brat have of the Tao of Space?" "He only used Space Force once in front of this elder that day, so it's not easy to judge, but he should be on par with this old master." Mo Xiaosheng's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was very unwilling to acknowledge Yang Kai's accomplishments in this field as equal to his own, Mo Xiaosheng had no other choice. Yang Kai suddenly disappearing from in front of him that day was clearly the result of using Space Force, a feat he could only match, not best. It was precisely because of his comprehension of the Tao of space that Mo Xiaosheng could occupy the position of Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder. Otherwise, just considering the density and purity of his Saint Qi, along with the degree to which he had condensed his Shi, there were several other elders in the Union who were superior to him. This point showed just how profound and mysterious the Tao of space was. If that's the case, this might be a little difficult. Chu Zheng frowned. From what he knew about the Great Elder's means, Chu Zheng understood just how difficult it was to capture a cultivator who cultivated Space Force alive. Yang Kai was a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator who no one here put in their eyes, but knowing what they did now, none of them had complete confidence that they could capture him. Anyone who could use Space Force had an unmatched advantage in speed and mobility, which made their ability to escape and outrun pursuers extremely high. That said, if we capture Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, we really could add a layer of shackles to him. Fang Peng pondered. Yes, Elder Liang, go monitor Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. If you have an opportunity, capture them, Chu Zheng ordered lightly. If Shadow Moon Hall makes a fuss, I'll handle them. Yes, the elder named Liang Yong, who let Yang Kai pass through before, immediately set off. Father, I have a presumptuous request. Chu Changfeng put away his folding fan and cupped his fists respectfully. Let's hear it. Chu Zheng doted on his son greatly, so he would not dismiss him out of hand in front of so many people. If we really block off all of Yang Kai's paths of retreat, please let me fight him, Chu Changfeng said solemnly. You? Yes. During that battle on Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, that boy made a big name for himself and is now being touted as the strongest of the younger generation. There are even rumors on Shadowed Star saying that his strength is not inferior to that of a third-order origin returning Realm Master. I, on the other hand, think this is nothing but an exaggeration, so I wish to challenge him and prove who the true leader of this generation is, Chu Changfeng declared proudly. After finishing saying so, he even turned his head to look at another young man who was wearing simple robes and asked with a smile, Brother Tianzhong, what do you think? This young man was none other than Fang Tianzhong, another famous rising star whose status equaled Chu Changfeng. During this joint operation between Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, both these extraordinary youths had tagged along. With his arms still folded, Fang Tianzhong heard Chu Changfeng's question and only raised his brow slightly before replying indifferently. It's all nothing but unwarranted rumors. How outsiders evaluate him has nothing to do with this Fang. Really? Then why were you so eager to join this little hunt? Didn't you want to see with your own eyes what Yang Kai's strength was like, and whether there was any disparity with yours? Chu Changfeng snickered and needled him with no trace of politeness. This Chu is a man of action and came here simply to fight him. Since Brother Tianzhong has no interest, this Chu will take the lead. Do as you like. Fang Tianzhong snorted indifferently. Good, then it's decided. Have our people monitor Yang Kai's movements. When he enters a place where there are no outsiders, we will act. This mission was assigned to us by Star Emperor Mountain, so failure is not an option. Chu Zheng was a decisive man, so seeing that negotiations here were finished, he waved his hands and gave the command. As for his son's challenge to Yang Kai, he would not stop it. It was a good thing for his son to desire to compete. Yang Kai was completely oblivious to these machinations and had no idea so many were monitoring and plotting against him at this moment. Although this ancient sect ruin was quite vast, there were many cultivators now combing it. And since Yang Kai did not want to stir up unnecessary conflict, he had purposefully chosen more remote locations to explore. After a few days, Yang Kai had some gains, artifacts, pills, secret arts, secret techniques, and more. However, compared to his trip to the Emperor Garden, this kind of harvest could only be described as pitiful, not giving Yang Kai the slightest satisfaction. Still, it was better than nothing. One day, though, after entering the depths of a particular palace, he did not leave for several days. The Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect cultivators who had been monitoring his activities were at a loss seeing this. not understanding what Xianxia had found or encountered. Inside that palace, in a certain hidden underground room, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged, circulating his secret art to absorb the nearby world energy greedily. In this hidden secret room, the world energy aura was so dense it was visible to the naked eye, and there were even wisps of white silk threads lingering about. As Xianxia breathed in, these pure white silk threads seemed to be attracted to him and quickly poured into his body. As time passed, the number of these silk threads slowly decreased. Pure spirit qi. Xianxia had never expected to have such an encounter in this place. It was rumored that there was a unique form of world energy that could be directly absorbed by cultivators without the need to refine it with a secret art, instantly enhancing the cultivation realm and strength of the cultivator. This was pure spirit qi, and it had an indescribable effect on any cultivator, providing countless times more benefits than cultivating in the highest quality earth vein. But pure spirit qi was extremely rare and difficult to find. Even if it did manage to form in this world, it would quickly disperse and simply become part of the ambient world energy unless it was specially stored. This ancient sect ruin was located above an excellent quality earth vein, and occasionally 1 or 2 strands of pure spirit qi would be formed from it. This secret underground room was equipped with many profound spirit arrays that Xianxia could not decipher, but there was a good chance they were explicitly designed to trap and preserve this pure spirit qi. 1 or 2 years of accumulation would not result in anything noticeable, and even the gathering of 100 or 1,000 years would still be quite thin. However, the accumulation of 10,000 years was quite shocking. When Xianxia opened the door of this room, he almost thought he saw an illusion as the pure spirit qi inside had become so dense it was nearly solidified and tangible. This unexpected discovery greatly excited Xianxia, and after figuring out that this was really the rumored pure spirit qi, how could he hesitate? Closing the door to this secret room, Xianxia immediately sat down and began to absorb everything he could. Generally speaking, this kind of secret room where pure spirit qi was being accumulated would only be opened once every few hundred years and was not meant for general cultivation. After all, although pure spirit qi was extremely rare and valuable, it was simply too potent to increase one's strength with. It was mainly used to allow a cultivator who had encountered a bottleneck to break through. Good steel was required to forge a quality blade. When a cultivator broke through, the stronger the surrounding world energy, the easier time they would have, and with pure spirit qi as a catalyst, any cultivator could increase their chances and reduce the risk of breaking through. But right now, this precious existence was being inhaled, strengthening his cultivation little by little. It was not an exaggeration to say that so much potent pure spirit qi was enough to support the breakthrough of hundreds of cultivators. It only took Xianxia 3 days to absorb 70% of the pure spirit qi in this room. His own Saint Qi had become more and more powerful, and his realm had risen steadily to the peak of the first-order origin realm. However, at this moment, Xianxia vaguely felt a layer of shackles impeding his progress, a bottleneck of sorts. If it were any other cultivator, once they encountered this kind of impediment, they would need to calm their mind and spend time comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, spending a great deal of time to break through this bottleneck. But Xianxia was different. He had absorbed the soul remnants of many cultivators in realms higher than his own, so his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao far exceeded his own realm. All he lacked at this moment was a certain degree of mental tempering. Yet as long as he was willing, Xianxia could still force himself to break through and arrive at the second-order origin returning realm. Xianxia was not so eager for quick success though. It hadn't been long since he broke through to the first-order origin returning realm. Although Xianxia had successfully condensed his Shi with the help of the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, if he were to break through again so quickly, it would very likely cause some hidden dangers. So, after pondering for a moment, Xianxia decided against refining the remaining pure spirit qi. Nevertheless, just leaving it here would be too wasteful. After considering for a while, Xianxia took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, wanting to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. He planned to let the two of them absorb the remaining pure spirit qi. But to Xianxia's disappointment, Qian Tong did not respond. This was somewhat strange. Although this ancient sect ruin was not small, it wasn't so big that these communication artifacts couldn't reach each other. What happened to Qian Tong? Why did he respond to his message? This development was not too surprising, though. Since this was the ruins of an ancient sect, there would no doubt be some locations that were isolated from the outside world. Perhaps Qian Tong was current inside some kind of shielded building. Unable to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and unable to bear just leaving this valuable pure spirit qi behind. Yang Kai scratched his head for a while, uncertain of what to do. However, after a while, his eyes lit up as he thought of an idea. Waving his hand, a fiery red light flew out of his body, spread its wings out, and transformed into a strange-looking bird. Firebird artifact spirit. Although it had no physical form, it possessed a high degree of sentience, so it shouldn't be a problem for it to absorb the pure spirit qi here. After all, it was even capable of refining the sun's true fire. Sure enough, after the firebird flew out, it immediately cried out happily, opened its beak wide, and began sucking away the pure spirit qi like a great whale. The number of pure white silk threads of pure spirit qi decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Outside the palace, more than 20 origin returning realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had gathered. This place was quiet and remote, making it a perfect location for them to act without worrying about being seen by outsiders. Although using such a luxurious lineup to deal with a first-order origin returning realm felt like overkill, since the other party was skilled in the use of Space Force, Chu Zhang and Fang Peng did not dare act carelessly. Now there is only one problem, one that left them all at a loss. Yang Kai would not come out. They were regularly using their divine senses to explore the inside of the palace, but they couldn't detect his aura. However, according to a report from a master from Heaven Battling Union, he had seen Yang Kai enter this palace with his own eyes. Brother Chu, the little brat hasn't run, has he? Fang Peng asked impatiently. Brother Fang wouldn't be questioning how this Chu handles his subordinates? Chu Zhang asked in annoyance. He too wished he could rush inside and personally drag Yang Kai out. This Fang didn't have such intentions, but Brother Chu also knows that little brat cultivates Space Force. Perhaps he noticed someone was watching him and quietly escaped. Fang Peng frowned. Brother Fang's worries too much. Although Deacon Jia is only a second-order origin realm cultivator, he has a unique concealment technique. If he wants to conceal himself to monitor someone, forget this little brat, even this union master is not certain he would notice. Since Deacon Jia said that brat is inside, he is definitely inside. Subordinate is willing to use his head as a guarantee that the little brat is still inside this palace. A dozen meters away, an old man with a white goatee quickly declared with complete confidence. Fine. If that's the case, then we'll continue to wait. But with so many of us gathered here now, that little brat must have noticed already. Perhaps he does not dare to come out. Fang Peng snickered. That is no longer a matter he can decide. Chu Zhang sneered. Just as these words were spoken, a life aura appeared inside the palace, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Using their divine senses to investigate, they quickly confirmed this life aura belonged to Yang Kai. Soon, Yang Kai's figure appeared from the main entrance of the palace. His brow furrowed slightly as if he was surprised, but he did not show any signs of anxiety as he stepped forward. He came out. Fang Peng muttered in a low voice. Finally, at last. Chu Zhang sneered, his eyes flashing a cold light. It saves this union master from having to go in and drag him out. Yang Kai strode forward, his hands crossed behind his back calmly, the surprise on his face already replaced with extreme indifference. Not only did he not panic, but he did not even show any intention of trying to avoid the crowd outside, stepping out and glancing around as he grinned. Quite a number. Yang Kai. Chu Changfeng snapped his folding fan closed as he called out with a grin. You've made this young master wait. Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly, with a smile on his face. Good. Good. So many of you waiting here must be to kill me, yes? You think we need so many people to kill you? Yang Kai, don't act so arrogant. You're not qualified. Chu Changfeng laughed. Really? Then why are so many of you gathered here? To prevent you from running away. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face. I was wondering why Elder Liang had been so accommodating before, so it was all to prepare for this moment. And this is a good place to silence witnesses. Can I ask why? Although there are some grievances between us, they are far from warranting such a dramatic response, right? Do you think this young master will tell you? Chu Chong Feng smiled contemptuously. It doesn't matter if you talk or not, I can guess. It's all for the starship, right? Yang Kai coldly snorted. The only thing that could move Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect to dispatch so many people for him was the Origin King grade starship. This wasn't just an ordinary starship. It was also hope for all the masters on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai frowned slightly as he secretly blamed himself for underestimating the allure of his starship. He had not considered just how much turbulence the appearance of an Origin King grade starship would bring to Shadowed Star. But seeing this scene, he finally understood. Seems you're not completely ignorant. Chu Chong Feng did not try to deny it. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had indeed been ordered by Star Emperor Mountain to work together and seize Yang Kai this time, when all was said and done, this really was all about the Origin King grade starship. Outside the palace, nearly 30 Origin Realm Masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect surrounded Yang Kai in an airtight formation with the leaders of the two great forces assuming personal command of the situation. Although they had not taken any offensive action yet, various Shur were spread out over the surrounding few thousand meters, locking down the entire region. It was not an exaggeration to say that even trying to move a step inside this range would be difficult. Yang Kai, seeing how you are also the master of a sect, if you are willing to surrender without a fight and waste your cultivation, this young master may be inclined to ask his honored father and sect Master Fong to give you a chance to survive. Chu Chong Feng shouted while lightly fanning himself. Give me a chance to survive? Yang Kai snickered without showing the slightest signs of panic. What is this? Does young Master Chu think that I've been backed into a corner here? That my only option is death? Are you all so confident you can force me to remain here? It's not confidence. Chu Chong Feng slowly shook his head. It's simply a fact. Do you still believe you can flee from this place safely? Open your eyes and look how many of us there are here. Do you think just having a few more people would help? Yang Kai curled his lips. Hee. If what you're relying on is your space force, you should understand that you're not the only one here who understands this power. Chu Chong Feng sneered. If you plan on using your space force to escape, this young master advises you to throw away that idea so as not to waste our time. Yang Kai's expression darkened as he glanced around the crowd, his eyes quickly landing on Mo Xiaosheng. He had heard many times that the great elder of Heaven Battling Union cultivated Space Force, and although he had not seen it with his own eyes, there was no way so many rumors were all just false. Even now, this old man was watching him vigilantly, his Saint Chi locked onto him, apparently guarding against him using his Space Force to escape. What's wrong? Has this young master exposed your plan? Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, Chu Chong Feng laughed, thinking that he had hit upon Yang Kai's weakness. Yang Kai simply ignored him though and instead turned his gaze to Chu Zhang and Fang Peng, taking a light breath before narrowing his eyes and asking, "Do you two really want to do this? Now that things have gotten to this point, is there any point in asking such nonsense? Waste your cultivation and we'll let you keep your life," Chu Zhang said indifferently in an unquestionable tone. The order from Star Emperor Mountain was to capture Yang Kai alive, so they could use him to force High Heaven Sect to surrender the Origin King grade starship. From the beginning, Chu Zhang and the others had no intention to kill Yang Kai. They had brought so many people simply to ensure they caught him. Ha ha! Yang Kai grinned. I had thought our two sides had not reached the point where all-out conflict was the only option. But since you two insist on compelling me, I hope you are able to bear this Yang's anger. Shameless boasting, Chu Chong Feng shouted. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths, this young master will personally force you to submit. There's nothing to consider? Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a sneer appearing on his face. Young Master Chu, you should stop thinking so highly of yourself, because the truth is, you're nothing. Impudence. Chu Chong Feng had never suffered such an insult. His suave posture was replaced by a ferocious visage, like a poisonous snake that had its tail stomped on and was now baring its fangs. From the first time I saw you, I felt you weren't pleasing to the eye, but as long as you didn't provoke me, I was disinclined to deal with you. Since you want to die, I'll grant your request, Xianxia declared as he shot a sharp, aggressive look towards Chu Changfeng. The audience was shocked. They had seen boldness before, but never like this. Surrounded by nearly 30 origin returning realm masters, this young man named Xianxia not only did not flinch, he instead threatened Chu Changfeng's life in front of all of them. Was there something wrong with his head? Didn't Xianxia see that he had already lost? Even Chu Zhang and Fang Peng, who had incredible mental discipline, could not help feeling stunned as they secretly began wondering if Xianxia had gone mad from the pressure. But in the next moment, the expressions of these two changed dramatically as Xianxia's left eye flashed a golden light. From this golden light, a lotus bud appeared, flickered for an instant, then vanished. Even Chu Zhang and Fang Peng, under the influence of that golden light, felt their thoughts become slightly confused. By the time they recovered, cold sweat had appeared on their backs. But before they could collect themselves, a pitiful scream filled their ears. Looking towards the source of the sound, they saw Chu Changfeng, who was acting arrogant just a moment ago, now holding his head and shouting, as if he was suffering from some kind of unbearable torture, red blood oozing from all 7 of his orifices. Changfeng. Chu Zheng's complexion changed drastically as he called out in panic and immediately rushed towards his son. But before he could do anything, a loud bang resounded. A gorgeous blood-red flower blossomed in that instant as Chu Changfeng's entire head burst apart. Blood sprayed out like a fountain from where his head once was before raining down and dyeing the surrounding earth red. Impossible! Fang Peng could not help exclaiming in shock. The other origin returning realm masters also stared at this scene with a mixture of shock and horror. There was no sign of Xianxia acting at all. Yet Chu Changfeng had now died inexplicably and in such a miserable manner. Spiritual energy. The only way one could kill without showing any physical signs was with spiritual energy. A moment ago, no matter who it was, as long as they were staring at Xianxia, they could feel their consciousness being disrupted with the appearance of that golden light. There was also that indistinct lotus bud. How strong was his spiritual energy? To kill a cultivator in the same realm in an instant, such a powerful soul or strange secret technique, neither Chu Zhang nor Fang Peng had ever heard of anything like it. If that secret technique had been targeting them just now, many of the gathered masters could not help having such thoughts and feeling a chill shoot up their back, their hearts instantly beating fast. Father! Fang Tianzhong also turned pale as he gritted his teeth and called out to Fang Peng anxiously. Both he and Chu Changfeng were famous leaders of Shadowed Star's younger generation, and although Chu Changfeng's daily conduct was somewhat disgraceful in Fang Tianzhong's opinion, the former skills were real. Fang Tianzhong and he had fought for many years, each time their battle ending in a draw. In truth, the reason he had come here this time was just as Chu Changfeng had said, to see whether Xianxia was actually strong or weak. But never had Fang Tianzhong expected to witness such a scene. Since Xianxia could kill Chu Changfeng in an instant, he could certainly do the same to him. There was no longer any need to verify who was stronger or weaker. With such strength, even if Fang Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia. Fang Tianzhong's heart trembled as his face filled with unwillingness. He possessed an incredible background and even better aptitude. He had enjoyed the best cultivation resources and environment since he was born. He had already established his fame from a young age, and few among his generation were even worthy of his attention. He had the capital to support his pride. He could not even imagine what kind of opportunity Xianxia had that led to him obtaining such terrifying combat power. The tragic death of Chu Changfeng had caused Fang Tianzhong's pride to be ground to dust, and had left an indelible psychological shadow in his heart. Tianzhong, withdraw. This is not a place you can intervene in. Fang Peng frowned and ordered in a deep voice. Chu Changfeng's fate was a harsh lesson, one he didn't want his son to repeat. Yes. Fang Tianzhong gritted his teeth and shook his figure before retreating 1,000 meters. Brother Chu. Fang Peng called out to Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang remained utterly stunned. It seemed he had not yet recovered from the scene of his son's tragic death, merely standing there blankly, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Not bad. Not bad at all. No one has decided to run. Xianxia smiled lightly. The golden light in his left eye had receded and a carefree expression appeared on his face, as if killing Chu Changfeng had not required any effort for him. Worthy of the two giants of Shadowed Star, your mental fortitude is commendable. Don't worry, there's no need to rush. None of you will be escaping here today. Saying so, Xianxia pointed towards someone on his left, a cruel sneer appearing on his face. You're next. Me? The person pointed to by Xianxia was a middle-aged woman whose beauty was only so but whose figure was quite alluring. She wore a water blue dress and possessed a kind of mature charm. Her strength was also not low, second-order origin returning realm. This middle-aged woman's tender body could not help shivering when she was pointed at by Xianxia, as if she had just received a death sentence. Her elegant face quickly wore an ugly, panicked expression as she could not help glancing over at Chu Zhang in fear, as if she wanted to seek protection. But Chu Zhang still stood there dumbly, not paying any attention to her. Seeing how she could not count on her leader, the middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and shouted, "You want to take my life? Let us see if you have the ability." Everyone present suspected that Xianxia killing Chu Changfeng so easily was a result of him using a sneak attack. But this middle-aged woman's strength was not only higher than Chu Changfeng's by a minor realm, she was also highly vigilant of Xianxia now. Saying so, this woman pushed her Saint Chi and quickly condensed a thin blue light curtain around herself, forming a solid barrier that made it look as if she was surrounded by some kind of bubble from a distance. Not finished yet, this middle-aged woman hurriedly summoned a gauze-like artifact which, after pouring her Saint Chi into, immediately transformed into a second blue light curtain in front of her. Pointless struggling. Xianxia sneered as he summoned out a small arrow which fit in the palm of his hand. Feather Spirit Arrow. This strange artifact was something Xianxia had only just obtained. Xianxia didn't know how powerful this artifact was, but he estimated that it wasn't low, so now was a good chance to experiment. Facing the middle-aged woman, Xianxia gently pointed the Feather Spirit Arrow forward, his movements looking calm and relaxed. A shocking energy fluctuation burst out from the Feather Spirit Arrow in that instant as one of the jades inlaid in its shaft lit up and sent tiny glowing runes flowing across its length. As these runes flashed, they condensed into an illusionary arrow which suddenly shot out towards the middle-aged woman. This illusionary arrow was pitch black in color, and its entire body seemed to be comprised of burning hot energy. The Feather Spirit Arrow had been charged by Xianxia's own Saint Chi, so now that he was using its power, its characteristics were the same as his demonic flame. The heat radiating from the illusionary arrow was so great it even distorted the surrounding space. When Xianxia attacked, the middle-aged woman immediately had a bad omen. The black arrow shooting towards her was comparable to the full-powered strike of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. That's not possible. Even with the help of an artifact, a cultivator couldn't produce an attack far beyond their own cultivation. The short black arrow had far exceeded the understanding of the middle-aged woman. Could it be an origin king-grade artifact? With such a thought, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face changed color, and she could not help letting out a panicked scream. "Be careful! Junior Sister Zhou, quickly dodge!" Shouts came from all directions, clearly indicating that this woman from Heaven Battling Union, Zhouya, was quite popular. Seeing her in a life-threatening crisis at this moment, many called out towards her. Some were even racing over towards Zhouya, wanting to help her. How was Zhouya supposed to hide, though? After sensing the immense power of this black arrow, she realized her situation was grave, but the speed of the black arrow was incredible, giving her no chance to avoid it. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the pitch-black arrow arrived at the first blue light curtain Zhouya had erected using her blue gauze artifact. Silently, this protective artifact she had often relied on in the past was instantly pierced, not playing any role at all. The black arrow was like a hot knife piercing butter, crushing dry weeds, and smashing rotten wood as it flew forward, easily piercing the second Saint Chi defense Zhouya had around her body. "Xiao, A black streak of light shot out behind the middle-aged woman and disappeared in the next instant. The masters who had rushed over to try to rescue Xianxia came to a halt as they stared towards her chest in utter shock and horror. Xianxia also seemed to realize something was wrong and following her companion's gazes looked down, her face going ashen in the next instant. She saw a hole as big as a rice bowl that ran straight through her chest. At the top of the hole, her still-beating heart was even vaguely seen. Strangely, though, there was no blood flowing out of the wound. "Union Master, save me!" Xianxia's expression collapsed as she stretched out her hand towards where Chu Zhang was standing, seemingly trying to grab hold of her own life. However, her struggles were in vain. The moment her words fell, black demonic flames flared up from her wound, followed by a short, terrified scream. Then silence as Xianxia was quickly reduced to ash. Gasps rang out from all around. Xianxia killing Chu Changfeng in an instant just now was largely because he had launched a clever sneak attack. But Xianxia's instant death was something he accomplished in a frontal clash. What's more, he had even given his Xianxia a warning and allowed her to ready her defenses before he struck. Even so, it was an instant kill. No one dared to despise Xianxia any longer, their expressions all becoming solemn as fear flashed across their eyes. With a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, being able to kill a second-order origin returning realm master in a breath was a situation too difficult to believe. Perhaps their union master could accomplish this if he used his full strength. But did that mean this boy's strength was already comparable to Chu Zheng's? On top of that, what was that short arrow-like artifact? Why was it so powerful? Outside the palace, there was no sound as almost everyone was fully immersed in their shock. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Although he knew that the feather spirit arrow was incredibly powerful, he had not expected it to be this strong. It was just a pity that its usage came with such significant restrictions, needing to be charged up first, and even then it could only be used twice in combat. Why are you all just standing there gawking? Do you want to let him pick us off one by one? He's just one person. What are you so afraid of? He's just relying on the power of his artifact. Fang Peng suddenly shouted out before sneering. If this old master isn't mistaken, the methods he used just now can only be used a few times in quick succession. Is just this enough to destroy your courage? Surround him. This old master wants to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Old Ginger was truly spicier than young Ginger, in the end. As Thunder Typhoon sect master, Fang Peng's vision and insight were far sharper than an ordinary cultivator's. Although he knew little about Xianxia's blossoming lotus secret technique and his feather spirit arrow, Fang Peng was still able to see through their respective weaknesses. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow could only be used twice in battle. As for the blossoming lotus secret technique, even with Xianxia's vast spiritual energy, using it was very taxing. Even at his peak, after using the blossoming lotus 3 or 4 times, Xianxia's knowledge sea would dry up. The biggest reason Xianxia used such powerful methods right from the start to kill 2 enemies was to deter others. There were too many enemies here for him to face, and although he was not afraid of them, if he couldn't at least dampen their momentum, he would find himself in a troublesome spot. The quick deaths of Chu Changfeng and the middle-aged woman could put a great deal of psychological pressure on his opponents. In a duel between masters, aside from cultivation and methods, mindset also played a big factor in deciding who the victor was. If one's mental state was unstable, they would not be able to display their full strength. Xianxia's plan had been half successful, but it fell short at the last moment as Fang Peng exposed him to everyone. These few words shook everyone out of their daze. Hearing Fang Peng's shout, everyone quickly came to their senses and carefully thought about what they just witnessed. No matter how strong a person was, they always had limits, let alone Xianxia, who was just a first-order origin returning realm boy. If he really had invincible strength, why choose to kill Chu Changfeng and Xianxia? One of these 2 was a first-order origin realm cultivator, while the other was just a second-order. If his strength was truly heaven-defying, why not kill Chu Zhang and Fang Peng directly? By only picking the soft persimmons, Xianxia had exposed that he was just putting up a front. Realizing this, the crowd's scattered momentum once again condensed and their fear disappeared, all using their artifacts and secret techniques one after another to bombard Xianxia. In an instant, colorful rays of light shot towards the spot where Yang Kai stood, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become extremely chaotic. Facing attacks from more than 20 origin-returning realm masters, Yang Kai's expression turned ugly as he hurriedly summoned his purple shield and activated its sandstorm ability to protect himself. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit flew with a loud cry, opened its mouth wide, and sprayed out several washbasin-sized fireballs towards the attackers. Not finished yet, Yang Kai summoned several dozen golden blood threads and, under the guidance of his powerful divine sense, each one clashed with an incoming attack. The battle instantly became heated instantly. Yang Kai was at a severe disadvantage, and it was not long before his several dozen flailing golden blood threads began to dim. Although the artifact spirit Firebird possessed great power, 2 fists couldn't block 4 strikes, and its body was quickly struck, scattered, then forced to recondense, the cycle repeating over and over again. The sandstorm guarding Yang Kai was scattered at an alarming rate, almost unable to maintain its shape, and soon exposed his figure to the outside world. Yang Kai grit his teeth and desperately tried to hold on in this extremely unfavorable situation. Fong Peng stood aside, not in a hurry to make a move, just looking at Yang Kai's awkward posture while laughing loudly. "Boy, it's too late to regret now. This old master can spare your life, but some suffering is inevitable now. Who asked you to kill young Master Chu?" These words were laced with great meaning, as Fong Peng was taking pleasure in his partner's misfortune. Chu Chongfeng had died tragically at Yang Kai's hands, something Fong Peng was happy to see. Although he was temporarily cooperating with Heaven Battling Union, there were still a lot of grudges between the two forces. With Chu Chongfeng dying, Heaven Battling Union lost one of its most powerful youths, which was bound to be detrimental to its future development. If things went well, when the next generation fully matured, no one would be able to compete with his son, Fang Tianzhong. Boom, boom, boom. The spot where Yang Kai stood was impacted by several artifacts and secret techniques, causing a wide gap to form in the sandstorm created by the purple shield, exposing his figure. At that moment, Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng's figure appeared strangely in that spot with impeccable timing. Like Yang Kai, he too had cultivated Space Force, so his actions were both quick and silent. Pushing out his palm lightly, Mo Xiaosheng's hand passed through the gap in the sandstorm towards Yang Kai, potent Saint Qi surging from it. With a cold snort, Yang Kai pushed out his own palm towards this attack, and when the two palms met, a burst of Saint Qi erupted. A muffled bang rang out as Mo Xiaosheng was sent several tens of meters backwards, while Yang Kai's figure also shook violently, exposing more flaws in his defense. Facing a third-order origin returning realm master, the great elder of Heaven Battling Union no less, Yang Kai was able to pull off a draw, a reality that thoroughly shocked Mo Xiaosheng. However, although his sneak attack did not hurt Yang Kai, his goal had been achieved. Yang Kai had been thrown off balance and exposed many openings. Everyone present was an origin-returning realm master, and their eyesight was naturally first class, so none of them had missed the opportunity created by Mo Xiaosheng, immediately pushing their Saint Qi even harder as they attacked Yang Kai. Lala! The sandstorm completely dispersed, and the purple shield reappeared, its glow severely diminished, indicating its spirituality had been greatly damaged. Yang Kai's body was then completely submerged in countless attacks. Although the purple shield was an origin-grade high-rank artifact and had strong defensive strength, it could not withstand the attacks of so many masters. Since Yang Kai summoned it until now, it had only managed to last 10 breaths of time. Fong Peng frowned though and quickly released his divine sense to investigate the situation. He did not want Yang Kai to die like this. If Yang Kai died, High Heaven Sect would never compromise, and there would be no way to force them to hand over the Origin King grade starship. However, his worries were unnecessary. Even after such an attack, Yang Kai's life had not been extinguished and only his aura had become somewhat chaotic. This was only to be expected though. If Yang Kai was capable of taking such an attack head-on and still remain unharmed, Fong Peng would need to consider whether he should be withdrawing. When the light and dust dispersed, Yang Kai's embarrassing appearance was revealed, and everyone's spirits rose. How mighty and domineering Yangkai was just now. He had not placed anyone in his eyes and even killed 2 origin-returning realm masters in a flash. But now it seemed that was all he was worth. The crowd flashed happy expressions as they assumed Yangkai had exhausted his bag of tricks. Dida dida. A soft sound reached everyone's ears as blood dripped from Yangkai's body. But strangely, his blood was golden in color and exuded an amazing amount of vitality. Standing in place, Yangkai's eyes were as sharp as a blade with cold light overflowing from them. Obviously, he had become truly enraged. Boy, it seems this is the extent of your ability. You should refrain from shamelessly boasting in the future. Young people who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth always have to suffer a bit to see the reality. I advise you to surrender now without a fight. Fong Peng laughed loudly, the muscles on his face twitching slightly as he did. But no one noticed. Although he made light of Yangkai, he was actually quite shocked in his heart. This little brat is a monster. A trivial first-order origin realm cultivator was able to withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of more than 20 origin-returning realm masters. Although he had only managed to resist for 10 breaths, that was already enough to be called a miracle. Even Fong Peng did not dare say he could do this. Did that mean the strength of this boy was comparable to his own then? Moreover, Fong Peng had heard that Yangkai was just a third-order saint when he first arrived on Shadowed Star. Yet after just 10 years, he had now broken through to the origin-returning realm. This rate of growth was astonishing. No cultivator on Shadowed Star could achieve such terrifying growth in such a short period of time. No cultivator could have such terrible combat power compared to their realm. When Fong Peng looked at Yangkai, it was as if he saw infinite possibilities and hope to break through to the Origin King realm. This boy could not be allowed to grow anymore. He was already so terrifying with such low cultivation, so if he were really allowed to fully mature, who on Shadowed Star could possibly oppose him? Today, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had thoroughly offended him, and if he had the opportunity in the future, he would definitely return it back 100-fold. From the look in his eyes, Fong Peng could tell that Yangkai was not one to easily forget his grudges. This boy must die. Fong Peng's heart filled with murderous intent and dread, as he secretly decided to kill Yangkai once the task assigned by Star Emperor Mountain this time was completed. As long as this boy was alive, Fong Peng would have trouble just sleeping and eating. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Capture him, Fong Peng shouted decisively. A long delay led to many problems, so he didn't plan on hesitating. When these words fell, half of the origin-returning realm masters rushed towards Yangkai while the other half remained in place to prevent him from escaping. In a blink, more than a dozen masters had approached to within 10 meters of Yangkai. At that moment, though, the frustrated, hate-filled expression on Yangkai's face, as if he was incapable of fighting back any longer, suddenly transformed into a grin, and he roared out in a furious voice. There was a path to the heavens, but you refused to take it. No gate to hell, but you still charged in. Since that's the case, I will send you to the underworld myself. As he spoke, Yangkai took out a wooden token the size of a palm. This wooden token had several complicated and subtle patterns carved onto it and radiated a mysterious power and brilliant, blinding light that, "Not good," someone exclaimed, hurriedly wanting to withdraw. But it was too late. The brilliant light which was being emitted by the wooden token suddenly spread to the surroundings, and the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters near Yangkai were engulfed in the next instant. In the blink of an eye, these dozen origin-returning realm masters found themselves in a different world. White clouds filled the sky as lush grass and trees surrounded them. Everyone was stunned, with blank expressions filling their faces, unable to comprehend what their situation was. At the same time, Fong Peng and the dozen or so origin-returning realm masters who did not move were also shocked as they stared blankly towards the scene in front of them. In that instant, Yangkai and a dozen of their companions had disappeared together without a trace. When the white light enveloped them, everyone seemed to disappear into thin air. This was truly strange. However, in the place where Yangkai originally stood, there were some odd energy fluctuations. An old man wearing Thunder Typhoon Sect robes and possessing a third-order origin returning realm cultivation frowned. as if he had noticed something, and raised his hand to attack. However, this attack only flew out a short distance before it was blocked by a thin, invisible barrier. A spirit array. The old man's eyes bulged as he exclaimed in shock. Why is there a spirit array here? Fang Peng's expression was also ugly to the extreme. They had just driven Yang Kai into a corner and were on the verge of capturing him. But now this unexpected development had occurred. Yang Kai and a dozen or so cultivators from their side were trapped inside this spirit array. People outside of the spirit array could not see them at all and were also blocked from entering it, so even if they wanted to rush in to assist their companions, they couldn't. But how could there be spirit array here? If it had been here all along, it should have been triggered long ago, and it was even more impossible for it to suddenly activate at this critical moment. Could it be that Yang Kai was aware of it, gained control of it, and had been planning to use it when a crisis broke out? This was also highly unlikely. Sect Master, this spirit array shouldn't have been arranged here. The old man seemed to have studied spirit arrays and was able to see some clues. It wasn't arranged here? Fang Peng frowned and looked at him. Elder Zhou, what do you mean? If the spirit array was not arranged here to begin with, are you saying that brat Yang Kai suddenly just arranged it? It should be so. Elder Zhou gently nodded. Fang Peng coldly snorted and said, although this old master doesn't know much about spirit arrays, he at least knows that such a powerful spirit array cannot be easily arranged. Let's not talk about all the auxiliary tools required to do this. Just the amount of time required should be far greater than the instant that boy was provided. So how could he have instantly arranged a spirit array? Sect Master, I believe the answer lies with that wooden token that boy took out, Elder Zhou said thoughtfully. If this old master is correct, then that wooden token is very likely to be a long-lost, legendary array plate. Array plate. Fang Peng's eyes narrowed, apparently having heard about array plates at some point. Staring at the old man surnamed Zhou in amazement, he could not help asking, are you sure it was such a thing? Besides this old master cannot think of another suitable reason to explain why this boy was able to instantly arrange such a spirit array. That wooden token was most likely an array plate with a spirit array sealed inside of it. Moreover, it is an extremely powerful spirit array. How could he possibly have such a thing? Fang Peng's face went pale. Can you crack this array? Elder Zhou hesitated for a moment before answering. If this old man was given 2 days, he would be able to crack it. Just now, this old man probed the spirit array slightly and discovered that it was quite powerful, so 2 days is the fastest. 2 days. Fang Peng smiled bitterly. Such a long time was enough for spilt blood to go cold. It doesn't matter what spirit array it is. We can just destroy it. An angry shout suddenly rang out, causing Fang Peng's look to shake. Turning his head, Fang Peng discovered that the speaker was Chu Zhang. But at this moment, Heaven Battling Union's Union Master's eyes were completely bloodshot, and an extremely violent aura was pulsating from his body. The pain of losing a son had obviously infuriated him. Ahem, Brother Chu. Please restrain your grief. Fang Peng put on a sorrowful expression and comforted while celebrating in his heart. No matter what kind of trouble Yang Kai caused him, it was nothing compared to Chu Zheng's pain of having to bury his son. However, since the two forces were now working together, Fang Peng had to at least keep up appearances. Otherwise Chu Zhang would likely turn his anger on him. A mere spirit array is enough to block you? Chu Zhang ground his teeth and shouted with a ferocious expression. Break this damn thing and drag that little brat out for me. He and I are absolutely irreconcilable. This old master will rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Brother Chu, calm yourself. Fang Peng was taken aback and quickly repeated, You must stay calm. You dare to stop me? Chu Zhang glared at Fang Peng. Whoever dares try to stop me will be this Chu's enemy. This Chu will not let anyone off. Fang Peng frowned in displeasure as he said, That boy truly deserves death. It is just as Brother Chu says. Just as you cannot tolerate him, neither can this old master. In that case, help this Chu break this spirit array, Brother Fang. This spirit array definitely needs to be broken and that boy dragged out, but Brother Chu, before we complete our task, that boy cannot die. Don't forget who gave us this task. If Brother Chu kills that boy out of anger and causes us to fall short of success, I believe Brother Chu should understand the consequences. Chu Zheng shivered slightly when he heard these words and finally regained some of his composure, casting a glance towards a certain person among the crowd while revealing a look of dread before muttering. What Brother Fong said is correct. This Chu was not thinking just now. Good, as long as you understand. Fong Peng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was eager for Chu Zheng to kill Yang Kai and implicate Heaven Battling Union, his Thunder Typhoon sect would not escape unpunished if such a thing happened. He had to dissuade Chu Zheng using both emotion and logic, and fortunately Chu Zheng had not yet reached a point where he couldn't be reasoned with. But, after this matter is finished, that little brat must be handed over to this Chu. I want him to taste the most brutal torture this world has ever known. Chu Zheng grit his teeth and shouted sternly. Certainly, after this matter is over, whether that boy lives or dies will be up to Brother Chu to decide. Fong Peng nodded before shouting, "Stop standing around. Quickly break open this spirit array and capture that boy." Yes. The remaining dozen or so Origin returning realm masters simultaneously shouted before hurriedly summoning their respective artifacts and releasing their secret techniques towards the invisible barrier in front of them. Even Fong Tianzhong, who had been observing from 1,000 meters away, ran over and contributed his strength. While these people attacked the spirit array from the outside, the dozen or so Origin returning realm masters who had been caught by Yang Kai looked around the inside the spirit array created by the array plate, confused. A moment ago they were attacking Yang Kai, but now they had suddenly come to this strange place, so they were at a bit of a loss. On top of that, after looking around, each of them realized they were no longer close to each other. All of them spread out somewhat. Brother C2, what is this place? Elder Liang Yong of Heaven Battling Union turned his head and asked someone not far away. Vice Sect Master C2 Hong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Before, it had been the two of them who let Yang Kai pass and join up with Chen Tong and Fei Ji too. I don't know, but it looks like we're trapped in some kind of spirit array. Spirit array. Liang Yong's face changed slightly. What about Yang Kai? What do you think? C2 Hong answered with a question of his own. Liang Yong's heart clenched before sinking considerably. It wasn't surprising that Liang Yong was panicked. Yang Kai managed to withstand the concentrated bombardment of so many people on his own. So now that he had a spirit array to support him, wouldn't he be even more difficult to handle? Moreover, Liang Yong was unable to find where Yang Kai was even when using his divine sense. In this weird place, it seemed that there were only his companions and himself, no one else. Liang Yong naturally didn't believe that this spirit array was just meant to trap them. Yang Kai would definitely have an additional hand to play. Everyone, gather together. Don't disperse. Liang Yong suddenly yelled. He couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, but that didn't matter. As long as he and his dozen or so companions stuck together and watched each other's backs, they should be able to hold out until their allies outside broke the spirit array. If they spread out and allowed Yang Kai to defeat them one by one though, it was very likely they would be completely wiped out. Yang Kai's profound methods had left a deep impression on him. Hearing Liang Yong's call, everyone recovered their senses and quickly moved closer to where he was. But at that moment the change occurred. The pure white, flawless clouds which were originally floating high up in the sky began dropping down at a frightening speed. Although no one understood what was special about these white clouds, none of them dared allow them to approach unchallenged, instantly using their movement skills to avoid them while summoning their artifacts to attack. However, the white clouds seemed to be completely intangible, so even if they were attacked, they only became slightly scattered and would soon reform. What the hell are those? A middle-aged man shouted impatiently as he poured his Saint Chi into a long dagger-like artifact he was holding and slashed out fiercely, wanting to split apart the white clouds which were descending upon him. This middle-aged man had a second-order origin returning realm cultivation and possessed great strength. The dagger he was wielding was an origin-grade mid-rank artifact he had obtained accidentally in a mysterious cave many years ago, and now regarded it as his most precious treasure. This dagger had helped him kill powerful enemies many times and was the artifact he most relied upon. A shocking wave burst forth from the dagger and smoothly bisected the white cloud in front of the middle-aged man. allowing him to sneer and leap forward to pass through the opening he had made with a flicker. But just as his figure was about to emerge from this split white cloud, the cloud which had been split in half quickly converged and immediately wrapped around him. A startled shout rang out. Immediately, the white clouds within a 20-meter radius actually began to gather together and transform into a majestic lion. This lion was more than 7 meters tall, its entire body yellowish-brown in color. Lifting its head up high, the lion let out a deafening roar as shocking energy fluctuations burst from its body. At the same time, the abdomen of this giant lion visibly bulged, as if something was struggling inside of it, wanting to burst out. Obviously, it was the middle-aged man who had been engulfed by the white clouds just now. However, there was nothing he could do. The lion's stomach swelled and shrank repeatedly as a shocking burst of energy pulsed from it. But soon, a crunching sound rang out, almost as if something was being crushed and ground down. The movement inside the lion's abdomen also stopped abruptly, while the life aura of the middle-aged man was quickly dispersing. "A great desert lion?" Liang Yong exclaimed with a shocked expression on his face. He was able to recognize what kind of monster beast this lion was at a glance, but it was a little different from a real monster beast. It didn't emit any monster chi, but its form was definitely that of a great desert lion. What's more, the aura radiating from it was comparable to a fully matured great desert lion. A mature great desert lion was a peak 9th order monster beast, and in terms of combat capabilities, it was completely capable of overwhelming a 2nd order origin returning realm human cultivator, and could even win against ordinary 3rd orders. As soon as Liang Yong's words rang out, all the other surrounding white clouds began transforming, and soon, massive and varied monster beasts began appearing all around the dozen or so remaining masters. Giant horn rhinoceros, deep-sea flood dragon, profound black tiger, roaring moon wolf, ironback centipede, golden poison toad. There were many different monster beasts here, each one belonging to an extremely fierce species. Regardless of what type of monster beast it was, the weakest was 8th order, and there was no lack of those at the 9th order. However, all of them were slightly different from orthodox monster beasts. Not only were they massive in size, but they also pulsed with astonishing energy. As soon as these monster beasts took shape, they searched for the nearest target and began madly attacking the origin returning realm masters. There were so many monster beasts that everyone was instantly separated and forced to fight against at least 3 or 4 enemies. The dozen or so origin realm masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect quickly began letting out panic-filled screams. Although their cultivations weren't low and their strength wasn't weak, caught inside this strange spirit array and besieged by so many powerful monster beasts, they instantly found themselves at a massive disadvantage. Yet what truly made them desperate was that these monster beasts seemed to be immortal. Even if they are cut to pieces, they would soon reform, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. The first casualty appeared less than a half cup of tea's worth of time after the battle began. No one was able to tell if the first to die was from Thunder Typhoon Sect or Heaven Battling Union, but in a moment of distraction, this man was struck by a giant horned lizard and tossed up into the air. Before this man could land, a dark green dragon several dozen meters in length flew over from his side, opened its mouth, bared its giant fangs, and viciously bit down onto him. The man's protective layer of Saint Chi flashed violently, but was ultimately unable to resist the force of the deep-sea flood dragon's bite. With a loud cracking sound, the layer of protective Saint Chi shattered and the man's body was directly bitten in half. Blood splashed out all over the battlefield as the man died a truly miserable death. The terrified scream this man released just before his death sent chills up his remaining companions' spines. They were all struggling desperately, barely able to protect themselves, and now their morale had taken a hit, causing their situations to instantly worsen. "Xianxia, is hiding in the dark all you're capable of? Get out here and fight this old master head-on," Liang Yong angrily shouted. Xianxia's hearty laughter rang out immediately. "Elder Liang, don't try to irritate me. I'll come out when the time is right, but in the meantime, you should all have a taste of this spectral cloud array's power. I'm looking forward to how many of you I can send to your graves." The voice was vague and seemed to be coming from close by but also from far away, making it impossible for Liang Yong to locate Yang Kai's position. For a time, his face was ashen and desperate to the extreme. But from Yang Kai's words, he finally knew what this damned spirit array was. Spectral cloud array. Liang Yong was not proficient in spirit arrays, and he didn't know about the mysteries of this particular one. Some others in his group couldn't help exclaiming, "Spectral cloud array? It's actually the spectral cloud array, impossible. This spirit array was lost long ago, and is impossible for anyone to arrange today." Oh, this friend seems to be a bit more knowledgeable and has dabbled in spirit arrays. And, at the current level of Shadowed Star, no one can arrange a spectral cloud array, but mine was not arranged by any living cultivator. Does that mean? The man's expression changed drastically as he quickly understood. No one currently being able to arrange it did not mean that no one from ancient times couldn't. The difficulty of arranging the spectral cloud array lay with the white clouds, which were in fact real clouds. A cultivator who wished to arrange a spectral cloud array needed the incredible divine ability to reach the sky, refine the clouds, and seal the soul core and essence of powerful monster beasts into them. Currently, the strongest cultivators on Shadowed Star were only third-order origin returning realm masters. Who among them had the ability to refine the clouds in the sky? Only an origin king could possibly accomplish such a feat after this refinement was finished. These clouds could transform into cloud beasts, which were capable of displaying the strength of the monster beast soul, which was sealed into them. Because they were simply condensed from clouds, though, they were extremely difficult to destroy, as they could quickly coalesce and reform even if they were scattered to pieces. The array plate of the spectral cloud array was a treasure Yang Kai obtained when he entered the depths of the Emperor Garden the first time. After refining and warming it in his body for so long, Yang Kai had only used it once, when he dove into the Emperor Garden for the second time and hunted the 7-colored elk variant. That 7-colored elk variant speed was simply too great, and Yang Kai had no other way to constrain it than using this spirit array. Apart from then, he had not used this array plate again. However, being besieged by so many people this time was an excellent opportunity to display the power of the array plate. Previously, when he, Feiji II, and the others had fallen into the spectral cloud array, they had barely been able to protect themselves, which showed just how powerful the spirit array was. Moreover, at that time, the spectral cloud array was not being controlled by anyone and was simply attacking them autonomously, only able to display about 20 to 30% of its might. Now that this spirit array was being controlled by Yang Kai, although he didn't dare say he could exert 100% of its power, 70 to 80% was entirely possible. With his extremely powerful divine sense, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to control the powerful cloud beasts. If his divine sense had been strong enough, he could have controlled more cloud beasts and killed those trapped within even more easily. Hidden from view, Yang Kai divine sense flickered about, controlling each cloud beasts to attack the enemy, showing no mercy. Now that he had torn face with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't have any scruples when dealing with them. He didn't want to stir up trouble, but he was forced to do so. Since the other party wanted to deal with him, they should be prepared for the consequences. More than a dozen origin returning realm masters were by no means a weak force, but they were now divided by all the cloud beasts, unable to group up to mount a proper defense. As long as there was enough time, these cloud beasts killing all of these masters was inevitable. However, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned to look at a certain position. As the owner of the spectral cloud array's array plate, he could naturally perceive that the people outside were attacking that place fiercely at this moment, and they were not sparing any effort. It was likely that it wouldn't be long before this spirit array was broken. This wasn't a result Yang Kai was willing to see. After grumbling for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hands slightly, and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out again, stretching its wings as a monstrous heat wave burst from its body. Go! Yang Kai gave a light command, sending the Firebird out with orders to find opportunities to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wasn't finished though and quickly stretched out his hand again, this time summoning a green long sword into it. This long sword had no blade edge and looked extremely strange, especially the longan-sized bead which was embedded in its hilt that seemed to have a tiny snake swimming about inside of it. Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. Saint Chi madly poured into it, and the dragon bone sword began releasing a terrifying majesty. In the next moment, A giant dark green dragon appeared in front of Xianxia, opening its mouth and letting out a loud dragon roar. Without even needing Xianxia's careful manipulation, it shook its head and waved its tail before rushing towards the nearest enemy.